But yeah, I don't know, man.
Okay. Is it a hump or a drop? What do you say? You've got to twist your words in every which way, because the model will always dictate what you do. Everybody knows that you've got the model affliction blues. Is it a straight line, or does it curve? Some people don't clamp it, but that is absurd. We all know that the model dictates what you do. And everybody knows that you've got the model affliction blues. Model affliction, it's your addiction. Model affliction, it brings you so much pain. It's your ball and chain. Conflating curvature with elevation change. Just got your local distance just out of range. That old key is gonna dictate everything that you do. And everybody knows that you've got the model affliction blues. Model affliction, it's your addiction. Model affliction, it brings you so much pain, and it's your ball and chain. It's your decision defending the model position. You just don't know the geometric proposition. That old ball will always be illogical to you. That's why perpendicularity is a puzzle to you. Model affliction, it's your addiction. That old model affliction, it brings you so much pain. It's your ball and chain. And everybody knows that you got the model affliction blues. Works really good with this guitar. Is it a hump or a drop? What do you say? You got to twist your words in every which way, We all know that the model dictates what you do. Well, we know you got it, the model affliction blues. Model affliction. Model affliction. Model affliction. Well, we know you got it, the model affliction blues.
And we are live. Welcome everyone. It is Free for All Friday, so if you want to come round, have a chat, let us know what's going on. Obviously we've got a few topics we've been going over. Hey, not many people watching. This is these are the times you want to click the link and come on into the Discord. It's much better in Discord. Find it. We've been having a laugh over it all week. Made a couple of good videos, and we're going to go over a few things. Obviously, we've got. Actually, everybody know tomorrow, UK time, 11 o'clock. So 3 hours from now, tomorrow, I've scheduled a thing with Flatsoid conversation. It won't be much of a debate because you can't really have a debate, but a conversation about proof, you know, like Nathan and Jaren did. Well, we're
should be good.
That.
Yeah. Bev, just so you know, on the YouTube, you've got another channel.
Have I?
Oh. Yeah. Yep.
Okay, so there you go.
There was a bit of truth about no rat in there, but that's all right.
Okay, so if anybody wants to come round, have a chat about anything that's been going on all week, let us know. I know there's a few subjects that we can get round to, but I don't know, how do you want to do it? Go over. There was a conversation that we had. I don't know whether it's gone out. The second half of the Nathan Oakley one, when his PC got knackered because he had bad RAM or because his kid knocked the thing over or something. I don't know what it was. But there was a part 2, and Nathan Oakley, I don't know whether Nathan Oakley put it out, but there was a whole bit that, obviously, because Nathan Oakley wasn't part of it, he completely missed out a portion where Saragaki was going over, well, the straw man of the rebuttal that they gave to the argument about the Earth being flat, which there's only flat earthers that I want to argue that the Earth's not flat. Not flat. So, but then after that, there was a second portion which went to the angle that Nathan Oakley gets really, really pissed off about. And I don't think people understand where that argument came from and the reason why Nathan's getting pissed off about it, right? So I think I've got a couple of clips for us to explain where that statement came from and your confusion as much as ours for why somebody's having a problem with it.
Be careful mucking with Nathan's angles, man. He doesn't take lightly to him and his angles, man. I'll give him that. Holds him close to his heart.
Well, we've been saying for quite a bit, like the big trick, and I do mean the big trick, is all done around angles. It's like a magic charm that people use because they put mathematics in this in a realm of I don't know, in a realm of something that's beyond them. And, well, no, people have told people that it's you know, you're not clever at maths and you don't understand maths, but the simplicity of it and the basic method, it's quite easy to understand, really. It's more of a puzzle than anything. And that's what we do. We do the geometry and the mathematics and the logic. Actually, we had a conversation with Jeremy the other day. He's one of the leaders of the Flat Earthers, said that we make him look stupid. But
No.
you guys, can you jump on into the stream? I will just sort these screens out.
Hey, Bev, while we're still on angles, man, I was watching the show earlier, and I like they take their angles seriously, but oh my God, they were going and seeing, I guess, what all they could prove with angles or disprove. So I think they took it all the way down to Kepler's law. The orbits have angles, and so therefore prove a flat Earth. And I don't know if I'd agree with that. But they were taking it, they were just pretty much going over everything with an angle and claiming that it proves a flat Earth.
I know angles prove flat Earth. But I mean, that's a lie, right? Because what Nathan really means is horizontal proves flat Earth. But I mean, that's bullshit as well. But that's what they do mean. You know, this brand of flat earther at the minute is who goes around saying that angles and horizontals prove flat Earth. Well, it's ridiculous. You can't prove a flat Earth because a flat Earth doesn't exist. Never has done and never will do.
Do we define lines as flat? I mean, I'm just asking. Like,
I think Nathan does. They have to put flat in front. It's a dead giveaway, right? For anybody who's a flat earther, they will put flat in front of both line and plane, and that at that point you should know that they are flat earthers, because flat isn't geometric at all. They're trying a magic trick on you.
well, all I can think of is if I'm trying to get an angle, like if I'm measuring an angle to the sun or the moon or a star, I can't get out of my head now. I just picture a whiteboard on the ground and an angle to the whatever it is to the moon, and everything I can do with that, with no other information.
If you put the angle on a whiteboard on the ground, that proves a flat Earth as well. Nathan Oakley told me that.
100%. Kepler's the orbits now.
Because you quite often find whiteboards on the floor. If you see anybody putting a whiteboard on the floor, he's going to be a flat earther, guaranteed.
You put a whiteboard on the ground, and then you measure the orbits, and that proves flat Earth.
Okay, now listen to this. This is a conversation that we had when we were going out to the beach, I think, on this day. And we were talking. We'd just been to do the laser test at Blackpool. So that's what you'll see on the screen, is the laser stuff that we did. But this is the conversation with Ruhif. Very early on. Well, I don't know what day is this. This is over a year ago, this.
I did.
Nice.
It would be lovely if you could not do fucking 10-hour live streams, but put out very short, concise videos about your point.
That's a
You might
good
get more
idea.
interaction.
That's a good idea. I've got one.
You should check out my channel, Ruhin. All my videos are under like 3 minutes. You'll love it.
Yeah,
Some of them are even like 40 seconds.
I've got a short
I
one
can't hear you,
just
dude.
on the cutting block
Can't hear you.
here. It's called There Are No Globe Believers with Any Geometric Evidence of Their Model.
We've been through this like 2 days ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. What did I say?
You said I haven't got any geometric evidence, so yeah, I can't help you.
Pretty sure I didn't say that, Kev. Pretty sure.
You
I
didn't give
said
us
that
any
if I'm at one
geometric
point-
evidence. That was absolutely
If
certain.
I'm at one point of known elevation and shoot across to another point of known elevation and measure the vertical angle, the resulting angle matches the prediction of the globe and does not match the prediction of the flat Earth. That's pretty sure what I said.
Okay, so shooting over, measuring a vertical angle, which is a vertical angle, like we said the other day over there at Flat Earth Debate. I think they call it an elevation angle. Well, we just call it a vertical angle, just an angle. Where Ruhif is. I'll go back, do another 10 seconds back so you can hear it.
Angle, the resulting angle matches the prediction of the globe and does not match the prediction of the flat Earth. That's pretty sure what I said.
But that's not geometric evidence of a globe.
I think it is.
Nah, it's not. An
What
angle.
would you consider, Glee?
One angle
Yep.
gives you
Well, actually about
precisely
30 angles.
fuck all.
And that's where we disagree about.
Well, yeah. Ruhif disagrees, like Nathan Oakley. Ruhif and Nathan Oakley are similar, let's say, in this regard. This is where you'll find out these similarities. Just keep rolling on. They never stop. I say you can't do fuck all with an angle, and you say I can draw a line that represents that angle. Is it the side opposite the angle?
Hey, Chad, I'm going to fucking kick your ass.
I've got it. I'm sort of naming it. The calculated side.
And we
opposite
disagree
the
on whether angles are useful.
calculated angle. The Ruhif's theorem. It'd be quite good, Ruhif. I really admire the way that you lead in the way
Second, sir.
with this new.
Oh no, just drinking alone.
geometry.
I've been busted drinking alone at 10 o'clock in the morning at the cafe.
Drinking in the morning, Ruhif.
Yeah, silly.
Are you back now?
Yeah, sorry. About a cafe, so just almost finished breaking.
Okay. I was saying, I admire your leading the way with the new geometry that's needed for the globe.
I don't think it's new, Bev.
Yeah,
I don't think it's new.
Yeah, it is. Manufacturing a line to represent an angle is definitely brand new. It's never been attempted before. It's like Rumpus measuring the drop of the water level. That's brand new. It's pretty much the same as when you wanted to try and get Ranty, although he's not going to go up there, up Winter Hill, to measure a drop of things in the distance.
Bev, don't forget you're talking to a person that thinks something could be both stationary and moving at the same time. Definitely the most dumbest baller ever existed.
Well, he's not. He's
Every time you speak.
Do you reckon you would hear that? I say you hear. Do you reckon to that?
You guys say you just betray your own ignorance every time.
Like there's dumb and then there's Ruhif dumb.
It's like that movie, Dumb and Dumber. Which one
Yeah.
is it?
Ruhif or Ruhifer? Yeah.
That's not bad, is it, actually? That's probably the smartest thing you've ever said. Or at least the funniest. Actually, no, not the funniest.
Not only is he
Right, so, what's not much there about the angle, but you heard me telling Ruhif that he has designed the opposite side angle. He measures an angle, generates the opposite side. It's normally been represented by a ruler on a picture. I do believe they did it with Ranti. That was the first selling of Ruhif's opposite side angle. It later did come back with a guy called 10th Man and Celestial Navigation. He did exactly the same thing. He gave them the opposite side. I think he called it the GP. But it's that opposite side that you can't find. It's they magic the opposite side to make the triangle. Got another one here.
The magic with the book. So that was the beginning of you can do FL with an angle.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that was probably we'd already formulated it then, but it was Ruhif that gave us that concept of the you can do fuck all with an angle. Because when you only have one angle, that's about it. You've got no lengths of sides, you can't do anything, you can't finish the triangle, because two straight lines, which is an angle, cannot enclose a space. You need a third line to be able to intersect both of those lines to make the triangle, which they don't have. And this is another conversation that we had this is in Blue Marble Sciences server. Here we go.
Involved.
Yes, I can.
Pixel count.
Yes, I can. Just like I got the distance right without asking Dev, without knowing anything.
Because Ruhif told you. Ruhif was told
way
what the
before
distance is.
saw this picture.
Chike,
You've
you are
been given a
lost,
picture.
dude.
Yeah, hold on. It's been given a picture. It doesn't know where it's been taken from. It doesn't know how far the object is. It doesn't know how tall the object is. It doesn't know where the object is.
Don't need to. You numpty. I don't need to because I know that's 5 milliradians and I know the height of the tower.
And
don't
Ruhif
need
told
to.
you the distance to the
I'm
tower
guessing.
because
The
Ruhif
rest I'm
was
guessing.
told.
I am estimating the rest. So I may be off by 100 meters. Doesn't make much a difference, is it?
Wow.
Hold on. Wait a minute. You said you know the height of the tower, correct? But then you said the rest of it you was guessing.
Absolutely.
But the rest of it you said you was guessing.
No, I know that.
You said that.
No, listen again. I said, I repeat what I said. I know the height of the tower, and I know how 5 milliradians look in the reticle.
Taking a picture that somebody's given you and doing a pixel count on it is ridiculousness of the highest order.
Yeah. Taking a picture of something that's been taken through an auto level, right? Then taking a picture of that, screenshot of that from Discord, probably, and then reposting that somewhere else, and then someone going, hey, Ruhif, you know what you can do? You can represent pixels as an angle and then predict where everybody was. Parbold Hill.
He literally said you could do a pixel count of the distance from a picture.
Yeah, because you have to put that, it's the Ruhif opposite side, isn't it?
Pixel count of a distance in a picture. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is why they don't like talking.
It's the curved adjacent and the pixel opposite. The pixelated opposite.
So if you use a higher megapixel camera, does the thing get bigger, smaller? How's that work?
Well, it depends. If you're taking a screenshot from Discord, does it really matter? How do you know?
Please don't give them anything on this because what he is saying is utter
shite,
ridiculousness. Yeah, he's just totally making this shit up as he goes.
Interesting though.
I was following for a little bit there. I was with him. Then I wasn't with him.
It's Ruhif's opposite. You know, the calculated opposite, the line, the side opposite, but that side opposite is in their minds a representation of the angle that's measured through a device that doesn't measure angles. And then they transfer that angle as the opposite side and then pixelate it or imagine pixels that they can do something with those pixels to predict something to end up with is globe. Aren't I brilliant? Parboiled Hill. Yay, globe.
He literally
so
said
garbage.
he counted pixels, the pixels of the distance.
If you've got something, if you're 5 meters away from something, so it's 40 meters.
Okay. There you go. Opposite side angle. So that's what Ruhif does. They imagine pixels on a picture. Or put a ruler on a picture. Nathan Oakley imagines that ruler goes to a GP. Or there's a lot of people imagine that it goes to a thing called a GP. That's the opposite side. To the angle that's measured at the location that you're at. You have one angle. You can't put a ruler in the distance. You can't measure the horizon, that over there in the distance. You've got one angle. And there are lots of people who are fooled by Nathan Oakley and his berating of people who state geometric facts. Choose what you want. Flat Earth debate are looking a little bit ridiculous at the minute, because I'd say that the only reason Nathan's doing this is to cover his own arse, because he's doing exactly the same thing that Ruhif's doing. And if you're doing the same thing as what Ruhif's doing, then that means you're Flat Earth Society too. Because that's the only reason Ruhif's in any of this. He's not a glober. There's nobody defending the globe here. Who needs to defend the globe? Everyone knows 'tis globe. It's dead easy to prove it's not flat. So what the fuck's going on here? Anyone want to come and have a chat?
Yeah, I
Click
want
the
to know
link
what
on
makes it a
Discord.
real globe.
The real globe is reality.
But reality's not a globe.
What's a globe? It's just a world that you
spherical
know of.
object.
Everything,
Yeah,
no. I wouldn't say that.
Yeah,
That's what
it's a
you're making.
spherical object.
Not to me, it isn't.
All right, then. That's where we disagree. It's okay.
The toys are the models, but whether you take that as a model that you're living on or just a model to represent something.
I consider myself a flat earther, but I'm not going to come into a forum that focuses on geometry and proofs and claim that the earth is flat. I mean, or claim that I can get anything from an angle, because that's simple facts. And argue against that, you're just arguing against reality. I mean, I can never get on board with anybody arguing against reality on a forum that covers proofs. I don't get it.
Well, would you ever claim to have proofs of a flat earth?
Not geometric proofs. I mean, I've got my own arguments, but no, as far as a flat earth, if I'm being technical, no, the earth ain't flat. I don't think angle proves anything if I'm speaking geometrically. If I'm speaking vague and in general, I would throw out some random shit at you, about photographs,
what is
things
flat
like
earth to
that.
you then, bro? If you are, like, obviously, the earth, land, is not flat. So what is flat earth? Because, I mean, that's a conversation that needs to be had, really.
It is really, really hard to say, because I've been, when I came here and I had that conversation with y'all about about what the Earth is. How do you picture the Earth in your head? Because to me, everybody's got their own vision of the Earth, and because you can't picture a neighborhood and expand that out to the whole damn Earth. So you got to have some type of representation of what you might think. You don't have to, but anybody who does, you have a picture in your head of what it might look like. I've always pictured it like
hang on a second,
ahead.
Brian. Don't lose your thought, because this is a conversation, like Bev said, right? That everybody, no one seems to have, but I think everybody kind of wants to have, right? So what does it mean to you? Let's talk about, because this is where we get into issues, right? You say the word Earth. Many of us around here think land. But correct me if I'm wrong. When you say Earth, you're not saying land, correct?
Yeah, that's a really, really good point.
So to you, hang on a second, Brian. So to you, if I can put words in your mouth for a second, and then you can verify, right? To you, would you say that what you're talking about is the world?
Yeah, that's what came to my mind, if I'm being honest. Yeah.
Whatever that is, the world, that's what you're talking about when you say Earth. So for this conversation, if we can, please use the word world instead of Earth. That way we can make sure that we're segregating the two.
Definitely appreciate that, Buster. Look, and here's why I can appreciate that, because once again, Kevin, I'm sorry.
I'm not as talented as Buster, for sure.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry I confused you both, but Kevin, anyway, so if anybody comes in this forum, look, it's crystal clear, the discussion, okay? And I even start wandering off, even when I try to relate, anybody can relate to this conversation if you're being perfectly honest about rules, about the way things are. And right when he said flat Earth, I started thinking about the world. That's a perfect example. When Earth is not defined as the waters, and the Earth is the land. So that's just an example. So I got to kind of tone it down a notch, and I appreciate the server and what you do, but anybody trying to put words in mouths over here and make all kinds of assumptions, there's no assumptions being made over here. So I got to kind of I got to get on track and relate with what's being spoke of around here, and I think it's geometrical groups and stuff. And if I'm being honest, then no, Earth has everything but flat.
Yeah. It's just the understanding.
What's underneath, right?
Yeah. It's just the understanding, right? That's what we're trying to get at, is let's come to terms. It's what is your understanding of the world?
Yeah.
It is flat Earth as it relates to the world.
Because that obviously there are people out there, everyday people, right, that also have a view of what flat Earth is. Everybody is going to have a different view of what it is, because obviously the Earth is not flat. And there's your problem. Nobody knows what they're talking about when they're talking about flat Earth, because it will definitely be different than the next person's idea. There's no difference between flat Earth and a globe, because everybody has their own version of what a globe is. Nobody ever talks about it.
It's fair for me to say and hold to my beliefs, but to still be accurate. I think it's fair for me to say that level is horizontal. And that's going to drive certain people nuts. But everybody knows level's horizontal. Just like
but that's not... You can't say that's flat Earth, can you? Because,
no.
Well, that's not flat Earth then. So what is flat Earth was the question.
I wish I spent more time in here a long time ago. At the beginning of making my own content and stuff, I wish more people would have paid attention to what you're saying. It'd be so much less ridicule. Just simple geometry proofs go so far in arguing against the same people we are arguing against. and making false claims. If you want to get technical, we're making false claims we can't back up. So I wish I could go back in time, man, but I can live and learn. Too much ridicule that goes along
Flat
with
Earth.
claiming a position
What
that's not even
vision goes
true.
in your?
You know what I'm saying? Claiming a position holding to a position that's not even technically true, and accepting all the ridicule that comes with a position that obviously ain't true. That's why I say I wish I had a time machine.
Well, this is the exact, well, not exact conversation, but it's very similar to a conversation that we had with Jeremy yesterday. He got really upset, said that we're talking about the same thing. But no, we're not talking about the same thing, because there's claims being made about the world, right? That can't come with a proof. And
Yeah, they
you've
want.
been around here long enough, Brian, to know that, right? We're talking about proof, but that word gets thrown around in these forums, right? And when Bev or any of us go around and challenge that to say, what is the proof of a flat Earth? When Bev has a absolutely dead-on simple argument, you said it yourself, right? That there's no refuting that argument.
It's hilarious because that same argument the Globers will also argue against. And it's just reality,
Yes.
man.
Yeah,
It's just
exactly.
reality.
It's just reality.
To me, that's beautiful. If you really stop and think about it, that's beauty, man. That's just facts and nothing but.
That's a good argument. That's when you know you've got a good argument. Because I've been told that this argument isn't for this arena. No flat earthers want it and no globe earthers want it, which tells you a good deal, right? Well, no, it's just got nothing to do with reality. This argument is for reality. For anybody in reality, they can come and go over this argument. But anybody in the flat earth arena or the globe earth arena don't want this argument. This argument's reality. They're obviously not in reality. They don't want reality in their arena. That's what I've been told.
That's why when I come over here, I bring respect for what you do. I always mention it. And I don't come over here saying, you know what I mean. Because, no, I do know what you mean, and it's facts, So if I come over here with anything but facts, then there ain't no you know what I mean shit. Then that's like trying to get you to concede to a false reality. And so anybody who comes over here with that, it's, you're at the wrong place. That's all I can tell you.
Yeah, you've
trying
got
to get you all to agree to something that's easily proven false. That ain't cool, really. I never try that.
I've been asking people for a long time how they deal with the contradictions, and people that are honest will admit there's a contradiction there within flat Earth.
No, there's not.
Yeah,
there is. I just wanted to. I know there. I know there is, but for me, there's just the subject matter.
Well, this is what many of us have said here, and I don't want anyone, Brian, you or Rob, because
I love it here. Don't get it wrong.
Yeah, so I don't want you to take it wrong, right? But here's the reality of it, and I think you guys would agree with this if you're being honest, right? And I think you are. But the bottom line is, if you're going to accept a contradiction, then what you have, and Brian, kudos to you because you use this word, right? What you have is a belief. Just as me as let's say as a Christian, right? There are certain things that people would say, that people would tell me, well, that's a contradiction because you believe in that as part of your faith. And I go, yeah. And I don't have a problem accepting that contradiction because I know that it's a belief. But there are people who will say, well, I can prove flat earth, or I can prove this, or I can prove that. But really, all they have is a belief. How do you prove a belief?
Hey, there are people in this arena, not trying to change the subject, but it's kind of on point, like that feel like they have proven their religion or their faith. And I was thinking that, would it then be a faith if you feel like you've proven it? I mean,
Exactly.
that sounds like a lack of faith. It sounds like a lack of faith to me.
You can't have faith if it's proven. Because proof then requires no faith. It just is.
Scientifically proven God. I'm like, what? And then I don't know. Like, I think that sounds like a lack of faith to me. And but that's a personal topic, so I just wanted to point that out, though. But yeah, it is a belief, and you called me out right off the bat when I'm thinking of flat Earth. But let's see, like not the psychology, but the philosophy of it. Is me, it's just question everything, like all the way down to the shape of the damn Earth, like, and so I kind of think beyond
shape of the world.
The
shape.
fact and the
Brian
definition
means
of what it is, right?
Yeah,
the world.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Brian means shape of the world.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So I think beyond that, and I think it represents something. So shout out to Rob. Rob's ace. But Rob can appreciate everything going on here is on point, and it's not hard to relate to like I said, what's being taught around here. As far
I just wanted to say something quick, man.
Mathematical proofs.
Hang on, Brian. Go ahead, Rob.
The world doesn't have to have a shape. Thank you very much.
Indeed. Right. That's where we come from, where we say epoche, right? Epoche means we're not gonna take a stance. We're not gonna take one way or another because we cannot know. There's no way to actually know or prove it. Bev's been saying it for years with the Glovers that they have no proof. You heard it there when he was talking to Ruhif on that video. And now the same thing here. I mean, Nathan went and talked to Jaron, and they're talking about proofs. And the only thing that was talked about was how to boil water and the importance of vitamin C to scurvy.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Ridiculous.
I know, and you can get into that in a second, Brian. But fair enough, right? But where's the proof that they talk about all the time with flat Earth? Proof of flat Earth, proof of flat Earth, proof of flat Earth. Where is it? Earth's not flat, guys. Now, when we bring that argument, when Bev brings that argument over to Nathan, why is there such an uproar? Why? What is the Jeremy did the same thing.
It never even got to that, though. It like just him. Bev has always said just coming from geometry is that you can do fuck all with an angle. Like I can go to I almost made a video where I go to a triangle calculator and put in an angle or any calculator and then hit solve or equate, and you're gonna get nothing.
Exactly.
You can't do nothing with just an angle.
Can't do anything with an angle.
To make that point, Bev went on Nathan's not last time, but he tried to make a simple point, and I don't know if he ever even got to say his full sentence where he was just saying I'm just speaking of what we can do with just an angle, and I don't think he was able to get that whole sentence out to make one simple statement, and that was the beginning of the end for me.
Well, these are the things that enter people's minds, right? And then they somehow believe that they've proved something to themselves, or they think that they can prove it to other people. When there's no proof, they have no arguments. So someone will come around and say, well, I have an argument for this. Well, what's your argument? And then inevitably, it's not an argument. It's just a statement. But when Bev puts out an actual argument, and Saragaki talks about the actual argument, the words, the P's and the Q's, as Emma always tells us, mind your P's and Q's. Somehow that's not an argument. Who was it? Refracted curvature? Saragaki that said it's not an argument.
Yep.
It's not an argument.
when we're laying out jobs and everything, and we're using auto levels or lasers, the ground don't matter. The ground is never flat. We do whatever we want with the ground underneath our horizontal that we lay out. So an angle ain't gonna, to me, I mean, is it even fair to call it a plane? Like, but the line, the imaginary line that we lay out, and then if we pull an actual string line, is then we can manipulate the ground to drain the water or whatever we want to do from there. So I don't think anybody making that claim to claim it proves flat or globe. They're both wrong if you want to get technical, and or if you want to be honest with yourself, it doesn't prove either. You know, it's just an angle. It's just an angle.
Well, it's an angle that's within Euclidean geometry.
Mm-hmm.
So it does have certain geometric properties, but geometrically with one angle alone you can do fuck all. I think anybody who's going to be honest with themselves, then you have to be honest with yourself and say, well, yeah, you've just got one angle.
But what if I call it an elevation angle?
Yeah.
Well then, Rob, I mean, you know,
it's an angle with a name.
Mm-hmm.
Double barrel.
I think it's gotten a new name recently. It's the flat Earth angle.
Yeah. Yeah, flat Earth proving angle.
Mm-hmm.
But like Brian was saying, they've developed it into other angles that they can measure and prove flat Earth. So it's developing
if we just give them names,
more new ones.
Yeah, if we just give them different names, we can do more with one.
If you have a flat baseline, then this angle obviously has to be
a flat
angle.
Yeah.
Yes, flat angle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yesterday we had someone come in and talk and talk about a flat horizontal plane. And Bev asked, is a vertical plane flat? What do you think we got? What do you think we got, guys?
Aporia.
Absolute aporia.
Yes.
Saragaki. Absolute aporia. Just frozen like a deer in the headlights.
I would say that all planes are flat. It doesn't matter.
It's redundant, isn't it?
Yes.
It's redundant.
That's why if horizontal plane is flat, vertical plane is also flat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but you'd think that'd be very easy, right? So
yeah.
If you say, well, is a vertical plane flat? Well, of course. Well, then there's no difference then. Well, no. Then why do you say flat? That's where it was going. But like Saragaki says, immediate aporia. One question. It's amazing.
Yeah, Mike says flangle.
A flangle, yeah.
Let me express one thing I don't like when they say that you can have a horizontal only at one point, but then they double speak, and then they say, but you can have a.
Who's they though, Brian? Now, who are you talking about? They.
Blue marble scientists.
So you're a different they there now, right?
All right.
I can save this for later if you want.
No. Yeah, go on. Just so everybody knows, because we were talking about the flat earthers and the flat Earth angle, and now we're talking about they, but as though they're any different. They're not really, but they are a different group of people.
Well, they're starting to fall in kind of like group in the same category in a lot of ways, man, that I'm starting to recognize, man. But anyway, yeah, this is as far as the globe believers, the blue marble scientists will say that like the horizontal is horizontal at one point, and then vertical, they want to change that to being a plane, but it's as simple as this. A vertical, if you step off of the vertical in any direction at all, they claim that you're a different vertical. You're no longer vertical. You're no longer horizontal to the vertical you were at. So to me, the vertical and the horizontal only apply in their world at one point. which I can't make sense of that because in
we
reality,
we were doing, Brian.
Right?
It's a dead easy construct to do, because when we went over there, talked to Nathan Oakley, point out that mean sea level is just a point on a vertical datum. Well, that's the same as every benchmark. Every measurement that you ever make is at a point.
It's a point. It's different.
It's just a point.
You can't have, there's no such thing as a horizontal or a vertical point. Points don't have orientation. Points are points.
A point is a point. That with no, yeah.
But will you reference it to an other point? That's the whole issue here.
To me,
magnitude is the word you're looking for. Magnitude.
Yeah, to me, vertical is vertical, horizontal is horizontal. Everything I've ever built, everything I've ever been a part of or seen or measured, horizontal is horizontal, vertical is vertical. Doesn't change, as far as that goes. And but it doesn't have nothing to do with the ground, ever. You can make the ground line up with horizontal as best as you can or whatever. But so it's kind of a different argument depending on who you're talking to, I guess, if I'm being technical.
Well, it's the model affliction. Because if you're not talking to anybody outside of this arena, you can talk about how elevation changes are measured, how the mean sea level's established, and you can have conversations quite easily. It's only when you get talking to people who have a model and become to, well, seems to be now at the minute, get really, really triggered about this. Now, people will be looking in and going, they're going against the flat earth. There's no such thing as the false dichotomy. Well, there is the false dichotomy, but I'm not involved in it. It can be proved to be both not globe and not flat. Simple.
I think you've made it pretty clear that you're not a part, that you have your own arguments that come within reality that are provable. And anybody who tries to place you now at this point is just kind of disrespecting you. You made it crystal clear that you're a fan of reality. It even goes further than what people think. Like if this man here, Bev, or anybody in here says, Rob respects it, I respect it. Look, if they say that east is east and north is north and horizontal is horizontal and vertical is vertical, and they have a way to prove it, and they're using Euclidean geometry, and that's what they're going over, covering, teaching, who the heck is anybody to go against that? It's you never made any claims outside of that. So I personally respect that, bro. I'll make it a point to give you them props at least every time I join. But then that's it. That's all you get. No.
Yeah, I know. Loads of people are upset with us at the minute, but hey.
I'll accept I'm model afflicted. That's why I've never claimed I'm not, because I've realized that when I think of the world as an AE map and I start thinking about east going in circles and stuff, I'm kind of making the same argument as Clovers if you think about it. Like I'm saying that it's horizontal at a point, like east to west, I'm not making the double curve claim, but I'm still kind of making that same claim. So I respect. Yeah, I'm
you are indeed. Yeah,
at least you can spot it.
At least you can spot it. Yep. But I don't know if you watched yesterday the discussion between a very cordial one between Jaron and Fight the Flat Earth. But that exact thing came up, Brian, that they both have that in common. In fact, it was Fight the Flat Earth apparently that had a potential problem with the east-west circle. I don't know why, but he said that he was wrong about that. Yeah, he said he was wrong about that.
They think that if you just go east or west, that you're going straight. That's why when I'm trying to tell them on your globe, you can't have sunrise and equinox. You say everybody's looking parallel. No, they're not. They're looking diverging. And then if you want to act like you're looking like drawing straight lines on the side of a ball, no, that ain't how it works. Because my west line is then diverging out into space. My east line is converging toward the equator. My west line is diverging into outer space in their model. There's nothing parallel about that. Their model is ruined. So my model's better.
Well, that's the thing, right? So for us, with the first question Bev asks, and Bev can put it up for the people in the YouTube if they want to take the challenge, the north, south, east, west challenge. So north, south, east, west is in my mind, when I look at those cardinal directions, I see perpendicular. Does anybody else see anything different?
I've always heard, no, yeah, I do. I've always heard, look at all the logs from all the captains, and they say, I've never heard any claims in the South, but they've always claimed, the pilots, and that they correct north, that if they're trying to hold a due east position or east compass position, that they correct north, And so it was just kind of automatic to me that that obviously latitude lines are doing something, or how else are they coming back around on themselves? But
affliction, right?
Model affliction. Yeah. But does a magnet disprove perpendicularity?
Yeah, like I'm saying, it was just obvious in my mind. That doesn't make it reality. I'm just saying the way
hang on, stop. Kevin, are you saying that a magnet is what the compass is pointing to?
Isn't it?
Is it?
Well, we can always test this. I mean, I've seen videos of people with a magnet in the or a magnetic device in the center of a circle, and then to show how things go around in a circle, you got a compass, and the compass points to that magnet.
No,
so,
look, man.
But could hang on, Brian. Could a compass be affected by just a magnetic field?
Possibly. That's what I said. Is it a magnetic field? Good. I mean, good point.
Hang on. Anytime you have an electrical current, you have a magnetic field.
Yes. So let me ask again. Let me ask it your way. Does a magnetic field disprove perpendicularity?
No.
East-west.
All right. Look at it's in the live chat if you want to take a look at it.
See, I've always rooted for y'all, man. I've been like, yeah, dude, horizontal levels, horizontal and this and that. And then I got to thinking, that's two dimensions, like east-west. Like, I'm kind of in contention with these guys. That's why I consider myself just like half model afflicted, man. But that is how I picture the world, though, man. Like, look, BlackRock is the biggest company in the world, and that means there's a big, giant mountain. Magnets attract to it. Bam, Earth's circle.
You want to go over this real quick?
No reaction there. That was supposed to be humorous, but
let's go over this real quick. So, question. Here's the challenge: cognitive dissonance check in 2 questions. Question number 1: do you imagine the cardinal directions of north, south, east, west are lines at right angles to each other? That's question number 1.
So easy to disprove, brother. So easy to disprove. Just take your compass right now. Go out front. This is the first test I did when I started looking into what.
Wait a minute. Hang on, Brian. Hang on, Brian.
Trying to disprove it already.
You're jumping the chart,
so
right?
Easy, bro. So easy. I'm trying to stop you.
You're jumping the chart.
All right, I'll wait.
All right. Well, you answer the question first. Do you imagine?
It's not. 90 degrees does not line up with east.
Is that no then?
So that's no.
No, and you don't got to go anywhere to prove it. Just walk outside with a square, and then pull you 90 degrees from whatever you're calling north, and see if your compass east lines up with it. Dutton, just saying.
So on your compass, you open up your compass right now if you have one. on your compass, you should see something similar to what that graphic is that Bev has in the live chat. Those lines that are on that compass are not at right angles to one another. They're not lines, and they're not at right angles to one another. Because that's what you're saying by answering no to that question. It's okay if you're not. If that's it.
He's already answered no. He said you can disprove it.
Right? How would you disprove it?
I don't know whether his mic's gone or not. I don't know.
Yeah, might be. All right. So for those of you that may have answered,
can we just go
yes.
over the other one? These two things I've got. There's a guy called Roger Peachy, goes by the name Farmer's Boy on Twitter, and he says that Bev really does love a straw man. The elevation argument is a straw man by Farmer's Boy, Roger Peachy. There's a guy called Kenny who says he's created a straw man about the people that pointed out he was straw manning other people. He seems obsessed. Straw man. So that's Kenny thinks the elevation argument is a straw man. Strange. And Roger Peachy says he's a man of many afflictions, it would seem. And then there's this Diane Lee, who rainbow flag. Say more. The number of times you've been told no one believes it's totally flat without elevation. All while you yourself posted others demonstrating you are totally wrong and it's a sphere given angles. You'd think you'd just stay quiet or stop the lies on this for a bit. So there you go. Straw man about the Earth not being flat argument by somebody who's a glober. Same as Nathan Oakley, same as Jeremy, same as Farmer's Boy, same as Kenny. There's a lot of people who have similar ideas in this whole thing. They call themselves flat earthers, and some of them call themselves globe earthers. But I call them all Flat Earth Society. All the same people. If you want to come for a discussion about that, click the link on Discord. Come on in. Have a chat.
Did you go? I know you showed it on the screen earlier in the YouTube. Did you want to, just in case people were wondering coming in, if they haven't heard the argument for the Earth's not flat?
Okay, it's a very simple argument. A lot of people think it's a. Too big.
Well, obviously, some people, like you just said, believe it's a straw man.
Straw man, yeah. I mean, I don't know what it's a straw man of, really, because nobody can ever. Normally, the people that say that haven't got a clue what logic is, because this is an argument, a modus tollens. Somebody else had a go at making a modus tollens, but didn't quite do it properly. And modus tollens are normally towards an all.
Hang on. That sounded like a little bit of a jab. You want to elaborate on that one? Because we love logic here.
Yeah, no. Well, I'm thinking I'm going to have a discussion with Flatsoid tomorrow, and I'm thinking that'll probably come up. So I'll save that for then, or we'll go over it at some other time. But this is just a simple modus tollens based around the if-then statement of P and Q.
I use your exact argument and trigger people in GeoServer all the time.
This one, I'd be surprised if you use this one.
I don't know if the Earth is a spherical object, then all standing water must curve.
No, this is
okay. No, you'd have to read. I can't watch.
This is the other one. This is if the Earth is flat, P, then there would be no measurable change in elevation, Q. Elevation
Yeah, no, I
is a
don't use
measured
that one.
change on the vertical datum, not Q. Modus Tollens states not Q, therefore not P. Conclusion, not P. The Earth is not flat. Seeing as P was if the Earth is flat, the not P, direct consequence is that the Earth is not flat. That's how you do a modus tollens. You deny the antecedent by denying the consequent. Simple logic, but it's not. It's not for people in this arena because they think that's a straw man. A straw man of what? Nobody knows. Nobody knows. They just don't like it. They don't want us in the arena. That's fine. Nobody wants to watch us. That's fine too. But just know that when you're going into this arena with these arguments, you're not allowed to use these arguments. These have been banned. As have many other arguments that we've made. They're called real arguments. Arguments from reality. Upsetting people. We've got certain questions that point out contradictions that you might hold. They're a bit tough for people to look at as well. So, again, if you don't like testing yourself, or if you don't handle contradictions too well, maybe if you don't understand what the logical process is, and you might get frightened of being put in a position where you are having to deal with contradictions. Well, switch off. Go and listen to Nathan Oakley or something. He can paralogize some stuff for you. You can feel good about yourself, and you can imagine that you can do things with an angle, because Nathan Oakley gets really angry at other people that say that you can do fuck all with an angle.
Oh no, I'll call it an elevation angle, and then it's okay.
Yeah, and then it proves something, but not mathematical proof and not scientific proof. Proof that exists in a different realm.
Yeah, the realm of the mind.
Realm of the flat earther. I remember all of those skits. So, where's Brian? Oh, Brian's gone. It's always the flat earth argument. It's not flat. It's upsetting for people.
I think people are...
Yeah.
No, I was just going to say, I think people are leaving because Flatsoid's got a show going right now, I think.
Has he? Is that right?
So.
I'll tell everybody to go. They'll all be leaving to go and watching Flatside.
I don't know. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bring it up.
It's all right.
That's where everybody went.
It's all right. We support all of the other YouTubers.
Hey, it's better
how
here.
We go. Yeah. Yeah, you want the proper arguments and stuff, then you stick around here. If you want to, I don't know, listen to all of that other stuff, then. You can think whatever you want. Everybody can have any idea of what they want to think about or anything. I mean, the conversation's open for all. It seems like there's a group of people who are upset at other people for doing, I don't know, talking about stuff on the internet. So some people get upset at people saying things. Some people get upset at pointing out contradictions. And some people get upset at, obviously, being, being caught out in a lie. And when you can't justify the certain claims that you've made, especially if those claims are massive, like the #1 flat earth proof, And the number 2 flat Earth, the new number 1 flat Earth proof. It's a load of bollocks because he claimed that it's not a proof. It's not scientific proof. It's not mathematical proof. And everybody else left. If anybody else wants to go and feel safe with Flatside, off you go. Maybe Fight the Flat Earth or Nathan Oakley have got shows going as well.
Yeah. Oh,
but
good.
We do know that what we have here is a different sort of arena. Obviously, at some point, everybody's going to get into the flat Earth and globe Earth arena, and then realize it's a load of bullshit. You have to. There's no way that you can stick in it for that long and not realize it's just a load of bullshit, unless you've had your mind exploded already by this whatever method that they've used to program people. How susceptible you are to programming. I particularly in this arena, I think a lot of people that are in this arena are within the mindset of the model affliction. They love it. They like the idea of being somebody within this modern science, whatever. But 99% of people are living in reality, having to deal with whatever they have to deal with, and none of this stuff really matters. This is what you call, I think in the olden days, this is a load of philosophers walking around discussing things. In this particular arena, it's just people out arguing with each other about different things.
And you know what's funny, Bev, is we actually did a philosophy course in this server. Ask me if any of them other channels would do something like that.
I don't think they don't have a favourable idea of philosophy. In the other channels, it's a bad thing to people, I think. But really, it's just how to think. You know, it's just a thought process. Loads of different people thinking different things. Philosophy course sort of taught us that anyone can do philosophy. And everybody's opinion sort of matters. Well, I wouldn't say matters, but I mean, is valuable in all of the discussions that we've had. It's pretty obvious now, this moment, people don't want proper arguments. They can't see the rest of the arguments, you know, the ones that follow on from it. Like we say, in mathematics, you have like a theorem, and the conclusion of the theorem gives you a proof. Well, if you start using that conclusion at premise 1, it becomes what is known as a lemma. And a lemma is obviously more, I wouldn't say it's more important, but you can do a lot more with a lemma than you can with the initial theorem, because it's the start of the chain process of proofs. This one, other than the horizontal one, which people seem to have missed altogether, this one is the beginning step along a chain of logic. And if you can't accept that the Earth's not flat as an argument as your base core, then you're not going to be able to make a lemma from that and go anywhere else. You're stuck in limbo, aporia, if you will. And thanks for sticking with us. 20 odd people. Let your friends know that, you're not one of those, not one of those flat earthers that can't accept the simple foundations of these arguments, because you're going to have to in order to progress anywhere. And the proofs that we have are proofs, but we've found that within this arena, they don't want them. They're inconvenient truths that aren't for this arena. And I know they'll get upset that we're not part of it. But Nathan Oakley's made it very, very clear that he has proofs that are different. Scientific proofs, he says, that are part of the natural world. But the flat earth doesn't seem to be part of the natural world, because he doesn't have any proofs of the flat earth in reality. So there's no scientific proof of flat earth, even though science is the study of the natural world. Now, if nobody can understand what's going on, then hey, you go and listen to the scientific flat earthers that don't have any proof of flat earth. And that should tell you something, seeing as science is the study of nature. And if flat earth isn't nature, it's fictional. And that's why there's no proof for it. Same as the globe. Well, everybody knows 'tis globe. So just go along with it. Everybody also knows level's horizontal. So level is horizontal. If there's a proof of that in reality, it has to be on the globe. Everyone knows globe. You can't have a proof in reality and then reject it from a model of your reality. That leads you into serious mental illness. And there's enough people that are like that at the minute. I'd say there's, we call it a nut sacking. And there's a lot of people like that.
As you said, you've got kind of the normal people that, yeah, everybody knows 'tis globe, and also everybody knows level is horizontal. It's just almost axiomatic for most people. But people in this arena, if you hold those views, like just reality is reality, the world is whatever it is for you. You may have a concept of that, whatever it is. 'Tis globe, whatever. But then the globers in this particular arena will call you a flat earther because you also think level is horizontal. And then the flat earthers will either call you a glober or scream and yell at you incoherently. It's amazing how that happens. But it really only happens in this little small corner of the internet.
That's the weird thing, is that to prove the earth is not flat, you need a tool called a level that measures, gives you the ability to measure elevation changes. So the tool that measures elevation changes is the thing that Nathan Oakley wants to say proves flat earth. No wonder
Incredible.
It's a bit fucking ridiculous, right? Flat earthers think that the tool that you place on the land that establishes a horizontal at altitude above the land that you use to measure elevation changes, that's the proof of the flat earth. And if you want to believe that, then you have to believe that those elevation changes prove a flat Earth.
And the mountains are flat.
Yep. Which may seem a little bit backwards, but that's the flat Earth. Now I've got a flat earther telling me, what was he calling me? All sorts of names. Spastic, I think, was one of them. For knowing that elevation changes are measured with a tool called an auto level. In fact, I've got one. Been out. We've showed people how it's done. I'll probably also own one of the longest water levels, practical water level tools. Available. Don't know if anybody thinks they've got one that can compete. 400 meters. It's got to be portable. Come and have a chat. We do actually understand a lot about levels, but having that 400 meter water level that establishes a horizontal plane of reference doesn't prove the Earth's flat. At least I say it doesn't. Certain flat earthers think it does. But I don't know whether they know why they think it does, because they don't seem to have proof. So, to me, that means they haven't got a clue why they're saying it. Eric, who's doing the flat? There's no such thing as a flat level. There's just levels. Because we had Jeremy come round here the other day, and it's as though the precursor of a flat baseline is that they can add in a curved baseline in the future. Same with the flat plane. If you have to label it flat, then you can always label it curved in the future. Well, probably isn't the future. I've already heard it said a few times. So just drop the flat. There's a baseline and there's a plane. That's that's geometric. Eric doing a Nathan Oakley impression.
I'm always suspicious when people are using words which are redundant in sentence or statement, because I'm suspicious that they are not by mistake but on purpose.
Yeah, this is definitely on purpose. They know what they're doing. At least the people who started it know what they're doing. But once they've started it, the ball's rolling and loads of people are doing it now. But what it does do, it gives you a chance to see who the Flat Earth Society are. The more people that you see using it. I mean, we did, in this server, we've done, there's quite a few things we've been taken out of the usage. Like the term atmosphere hasn't been used for months because it's not been needed to. There's certain words that you don't need to use, and you'll find yourself, well, at first, you'll find yourself noticing that you're saying them. But once you've took them out of the vocabulary and the usage, you'll find the conversation becomes a lot easier. You can be a lot clearer with what you're saying, because you use words that describe things properly. Yeah, I mean, everybody knows that, the industry works as the industry works. And this arena that we're not in, and we never have been in, obviously, the people who were in it thought we were in it. People now think we're a cult. There's something changed about us, but nothing's ever changed. We're still doing the same thing as we always have. So we need to, we do just stop using certain words because they're just lies. You lead people into a conversation about something that just isn't.
Unless that's the point, right?
Earlier, man, guys.
That's all right. Unless that's the, hang on, Brian. Unless that's the point, right, Bev? I mean, if the point is deception, then go on. Keep using what you're using.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to be involved in this flat earth and globe earth thing because it literally, I don't give a shit. Never have done. But it's taught me a lot. The people within this arena have taught me a lot about how to communicate with people, how not to trigger people, what to not say. Because I did come into this thing because I was looking out for my son, wondering how do I help him grow up being autistic? How do I help him understand this modern life? And I've ended up coming into an arena following trolls all the way here to find myself in exactly the same position as what I wanted to help my son. What can you say? And where can you say it? Well, turns out you can't talk about anything in reality to anyone that discusses flat earth or globe earth. Any of the debunkers, any of the people in this discussion arena, just forget about it. Now, I'm on a mission now to see how far this has progressed in society. Because obviously there's people who are out there that are completely unaware of either the flat earth or the globe earth.
You are open to new knowledge though, right? Like if anything new comes about that you could for yourself and prove or disprove.
Dude, you wouldn't believe how much new stuff we've gone through.
Yeah, I know. I learned a lot.
Like, not just new stuff, but old stuff that we've rediscovered.
It was a great discussion. I've learned so much in this discussion. I will admit that. And this channel too, I've learned a lot from some of the old stuff, like you're saying. But when I left, I tried to respond, and I wanted. Man, I wish I had a second, but yeah, what I was told to do. This is the first equinox, and I was told how to do it. The rules were online, how to test the direction, and what it told me to do to get due east was to line up with the sunrise, and then mark north on your compass, okay, and then mark east. It said to pull a string line. It said put a peg in the ground and pull a string line and put another peg to compass east. And to my surprise, it said then draw 90 degrees from north. And that's what's considered due east. So yeah, compass east and due east are not the same. And it surprised me, but I put it in a lot of my videos, my string lines on the beach when I did it. But yeah, compass east is not a 90-degree angle from north. And I don't know how that works, bro, but I just know that it does. And we can do it live if you want. What that means, we can discuss, but yeah.
Right, well, can we go over the question again then, Bright? It says, Do you imagine the cardinal directions of north, south, and east and west are lines at right angles to each other?
No, that's not the way I imagine it. I understand.
So which ones did you say then are perpendicular, due east?
That's why I was saying I consider myself like half globe or model afflicted because I'm still thinking about circles. But
well, no, Ryan, just deal with the question, right? It's cardinal directions. Is due east a cardinal direction, or is magnetic east the cardinal direction? To you, which one?
Let's talk about it. My point was that east is not due east is not 90 degrees from north. So on my compass, I can pull. I can pull. If I lay my compass flat or on the ground or whatever, I can. It looks like it's 90 degrees, and I can measure it 90 degrees. But when I pull a string line, it doesn't line up with 90 degrees in reality. So when you bring it into the third dimension, it doesn't hold true. So that begs
the compass is in the
that's
third
worth
dimension, though, isn't it?
At least it's worth discussing.
Isn't the compass in the third dimension, though?
Yeah, but the lines are kind of like 2D. The W, the S, and the N are, kind of sitting in two dimensions. I don't know how else to explain it, Bev. I mean, I was surprised when I went there, and I was like, what are they talking about? I didn't even understand it. I'm literally like looking at it like, what the fuck are they, excuse my language, what are they talking about? Pull a string line to east and then pull a string line 90 degrees from north. It's the same thing, right? I literally was scratching my head. I finally just did it, and it didn't line up. And I mean, like I said, we can do it live. Anybody could do it. It doesn't line up. It strangely enough, ever. It ain't like a one-off or that I know of. I can't imagine it only working here like that. So yeah, it's not perpendicular on the compass. It's not 90 degrees.
If you've got a compass like a big circle, and you've got your north pointing north, obviously, so you've got your arrow. It's pivoting about the center point, and you've got an arrow pointing from like north to south, right? Then perpendicular to that would be the east-west.
Yeah, I thought that too, bro. That's what I'm trying to tell.
So what was up with it? Where was east and west? Was it not perpendicular? Because I mean, that's the only way you can use a compass. North points north, and then east and west are perpendicular.
Well,
isn't it?
How long you think it would take you? How long you think it would take you to test that, Bev? Let's be real. I mean, I don't mean that sounded kind of sarcastic. I swear, genuinely. Like, how long do you think it would take you to literally test that with a string line? 5 minutes, maybe.
What, east west?
Yeah, just pull a string line from north with a compass, and then line up with east and extend it on out, and then pull a string line 90 degrees from north. See if they're the same. Pretty simple test. I recommend everybody do it who doesn't believe me.
Do you not think you'd make a square grid section?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Well, what do you think you will make then? If you've done this.
Let me show you what it makes.
What shape do you? It's like, I'm struggling to see it because, like, the center point, if you imagine a circle, then north-south would be a diameter passing through the center, right? And you'd orientate it with your compass, let's say, if you're doing north-south. But you would, if you were doing surveying or whatever, normally you'd set the east-west as your baseline, and then take your principal meridian from that to establish north-south as being perpendicular. From there, you'd make a grid, wouldn't you? I would have thought so anyway.
Yeah, I'm about to post it in the lab chat, man. Yeah,
Well, I wouldn't actually think so. I'd know that that's how they plotted out the land.
Right, and this is something that's so easy to test. That's why I asked, before I even mentioned it, are you up to some information that might not line up with your reality? Because it certainly didn't line up with mine. Because who on any model or with no model thinks that 90 degrees doesn't line up with east? But it most certainly doesn't, dude. And just, we can do it live. But let me post this so you at least see what I'm even talking about.
Has anybody got anything else they'd like to go over at some point? Sorry, what?
Have a look at that text channel. Look what I found. This must be really old.
Yeah, I think I got that. I think I've got it on a meme. I put it out the other day.
I don't know how old that was. I just found it looking through my stuff.
Yeah, I've got him quoted saying all sorts of this sort of stuff anyway as well.
Yeah.
I posted it in Agents of the Locos live chat, I believe. And then I had it where I just did it the other day, and I freaking erased it, dude. I did the whole thing where I'm literally talking about the sunrise at equinox, and I'm showing them how east lines up and how it lines up on certain models and stuff, And I don't know what this means with reality. I just know what happens when you pull 90 degrees with the string line, with a compass, And so what you're seeing in that picture is a bird's eye view. Like I got down on the beach, and like I said, I scratched my head. I didn't know what's it talking about. Pull a string line for east and then measure 90 degrees for north. It's the same fucking thing. But anyway, I just finally just gave in because I didn't know what it meant, and tried it, and I've done it since then again, and that was my results. I don't know. Like I said, that's why, sometimes things are not the way I don't know what to make of it. And I'm not saying I've proven anything. I was very surprised when I did that. And it's worth a discussion, Bev. But I recommend before we discuss it, is at least somebody else in here just go do it real quick. It's a 5-minute job. There's a lot of hands-on people in here. Just get a fucking compass and go put a stick in the ground, and to see that I'm not full of shit. And then we can have it. It'd be an interesting discussion to see where to take it from there, or if there's anywhere to take it.
Well, I don't understand what your thing is.
I don't either.
What are the two? Are they? Can you explain the picture?
Yeah, so what I did is I put a peg in the ground.
Okay, that's the big stick in the middle.
That's the one closest to the camera. And then facing out. Like they're spread a little more, but they're pretty damn close to each other. But I mean, it's not that. But the camera doesn't do it any justice.
So where is those two other lines?
The one on the left represents the line you're going to get if you have a compass set on the ground. and you put a peg right there. You hold the compass right over it, the peg, and then you pull a string line to compass east. Okay, then you put a peg in the ground there and tie your string off and bump it around if need be to get it right.
Yeah.
And then you pull 90 degrees from north with a square. You can use a 3, 4, 5 method, or the 6, the 6, 8, 10 method, whatever you want to call it, however you want to do it. There's a few ways to square it, and then you'd think it'd line up with the east.
You got a dodgy compass.
You'd think it'd match the compass, right? That's why I asked if somebody it ain't gonna be you. You're running control on the show.
Have you not got east 90 degrees on your compass?
That's what I thought, man. Sir, thought, brother. But I swear this discussion's hardly worth having. And if somebody in here's got some string line and a damn compass, man, somebody got it. I swear it's so easy to do real quick. It's really going to be hard for me to discuss until somebody at least verifies it. Because I don't know why it does that, but I at least want to see that I ain't retarded. And every time I do it, I get the same result that it.
So how far out then? Which one would you say? Which is the bigger one? Is south to east? Sorry, is that west or east? Would you say those ones?
Yeah, if you want to word it like the bigger gap would be the south to east or west gap. If you want to look at it like the bigger angle, then it's due east is bigger than compass east.
Yeah, I mean from north to east or from south to east, which is the larger?
From south to east is larger.
Okay.
Do you believe me?
It's
a tough one.
The compass. So yeah, I don't know how you're getting east and west.
I don't. It's a head scratcher, bro. I'm telling you.
I don't
What are
know.
you talking?
Anyone else
saying anything to east or west? What is he saying?
I don't know. I don't know. He's saying that north-south is already there. And then if you do east on the compass, which is 90 degrees, then you get one line. And then if you take 90 degrees from the north-south, you get a different line.
Ain't it crazy?
Is that what you're saying, Brian?
That's what I'm saying. Go do it.
Okay, I'm trying to understand this. First time I hear this. Okay.
Here's how you do it. Okay, word for word. Is take your compass and get it 0 degrees north. Okay, put you a stick in the ground at 0 degrees north. Right. Now face east until you get 90 degrees east. Okay. Put your stick in the ground at compass 90 east. You can do the rest if you want, and you could put one at 180 south and then 270 west, but you don't have to do all that. Just 90 degrees east. Now take a square and put you another string line down. You think it's supposed to line up with 90 east, being that it's called 90 east, but it doesn't line up. And I promise you, you can. I can do it live.
Okay.
If you want. It's a head scratcher.
I never heard that before, but okay. Wow.
So if I could just interject real quickly on this point. Everyone hear me?
Yeah. I think
Okay.
everyone's stunned.
This is why I said I don't think that the compass is pointing at a giant magnet mountain in the middle of the world. It works off an electrical field, is my belief. Thank you very much.
Got to be something like that anyway.
Why does it point in one direction?
But what does that even mean, though? Let's just say I'm right. What is it if 90 degrees? I mean, it's messed up, man. Why wouldn't we taught this? If I'm right, let's let's say I'm right, which I know I'm right, but y'all don't know I'm right until you do it. Okay, but what does it even mean, dude?
Very convincing argument there, Brian. I like that.
If 90 east ain't 90 degrees, what does it even mean, dude? It's crazy. But it does make sense of why hindsight's 20/20, and it's like, well, no wonder they call it due east, like a different direction, because it ain't the damn same as compass east. And but I didn't know that, hindsight's 20/20, and probably not many people have done this. So half my videos, people probably don't even know what the F I'm talking about. But hopefully this will.
Hold on. What do you mean due east and compass east? Brian, what do you mean due east and compass east?
90 degrees from north, yeah. Compared to
true compass. Is that what you're talking? It's two things. Okay.
Shouldn't be. I'll give you that. I understand the contention here. It's not like anybody saying you're full of shit, but I understand the contention because it's counterintuitive. But that's why I encourage somebody to do it, or let me do it live.
But now you're talking about magnetic east and north, not a deviation between magnetic and true. Do I understand you correctly?
SE, how do you know it's magnetic?
Because there's a difference. Well, yeah, we can get into that, but what the compass shows.
Yeah, but the compass shows north. That's all it shows. But some people seem to think it's pointing at a giant magnet.
Well, model afflicted
That's
people,
a very big claim.
Yeah, model afflicted people keep going off track. The question is, do you imagine the cardinal directions, north, south, east and west, are perpendicular?
Yeah, but is that how? Yeah, yes, they are.
If they're not, they ain't much.
That's a given.
Well, Brian says they're not.
What?
Yeah, but I mean, they gotta be if you're talking about.
Well,
cardinal.
Brian has his own.
Cardinal, I agree with cardinal, like cardinal directions. If they're not cardinal if they're not perpendicular, right?
I don't know. You said they weren't before. You can't just change your mind like that.
It sounds like it, bro. It's a crazy subject. I'm talking about the compass. The compass is not lining up with cardinal directions. I'm not talking about cardinal directions ain't lining up with cardinal directions. The compass don't line up with cardinal directions is what I'm trying to say.
Mm-hmm.
So it'd be pretty hard to test. But yeah, like I said, it's kind of where, if you're being honest, it's where the direction takes you. Yeah, cardinal directions by definition are north, south, east, west, 90, 180, 270, and
okay, right. So that's question one done then. That's dead easy. Do you imagine the cardinal directions of north, south, east, and west are lines at right angles to each other? Question mark. You said no first, but now you're saying yes.
Yeah, by definition, I changed my answer.
Okay, so they all are, right? Now, the second question is, how many of the two straight lines do you imagine are circles?
None of them, if they're straight. A cardinal direction, to me, is just what it says. So here's the ultimate question, is what is east in reality? And the follow-up is, does compass line up with that? I think we've just discussed that. I mean, I think y'all at least believe me enough to at least be suspect that the compass...
Do you believe they're circles then? Do you believe they're circles in reality?
In my head. Yeah, in my mind they are. In my mind, they are.
So that's the second question. How many of the two straight lines that you've just said, cardinal directions, are perpendicular? How many of those two straight lines do you imagine are circles?
I hate to say this, dude, but he's.
It's all right. Say whatever you want.
It's perpendicular at a point, Bev.
How many of the two straight lines, Brian?
No, a straight line's a straight line. I'm not going to argue that. But it is funny for me to have to say that it's perpendicular at a fucking point. Right?
How many of those two lines do you imagine are circles? I can't believe how hard it is to ask these questions.
Let me make this disclaimer. For me to claim the A map, which is what I've been basing everything off of, and in my mind, okay,
affliction.
It could be something else. It could be something else. I keep an open mind to that. That's why I like this discussion. But if it is a map like the way I think of it in my head, hypothetically, then I have to say, as bad as I don't want to say that it's perpendicular at a point. Oh, that kills me to say, dude. But, if the AE map is true, just for some reason, let's say it is reality or something like that, then I have to jump in bed with the Globers and say it's perpendicular at just a point, because then the straight line or east curves from the straight line. But to me, I'm not going to fall completely, I'm still going to claim that a straight line is a straight line, but I'm just saying that east and west are not.
Okay, so that's a circle then, Brian, yes?
Sure, possibly.
So one. Probably. How many of the straight lines do you imagine are circles? You, I'm going to have to say it for you, would say one, wouldn't you?
Well, no.
Fucking hell.
No. I'm going to say, I'm always talking about east and west lines. That's it. I'm not calling them straight lines. You are. So you can't put that in my mouth.
No, Bright, don't do that, right? The cardinal directions are perpendicular, right? You've agreed to that, right? Now, how many of those cardinal directions do you imagine are circles? And you would say one.
No, I wouldn't, dude.
So you don't think east-west is a circle?
I don't think east-west is cardinal. Okay, if I'm in my own neighborhood, can I do a circle? Can I do a circle around my neighborhood? Do I have to call that cardinal? No, so I just want to make sure before we get too out of hand, I want to make sure you're clear on what my claim is. Cardinal refers to 0, 90, 270, 360, whatever.
Yes.
Okay.
North, south, east, and west.
I don't claim that north, south, east, and west are cardinal directions. That'd be the best I could state it to keep this fair.
Okay, so then at the beginning, then you would say, when I say, do you imagine the cardinal directions of north, south, east, and west are right angles? You, after saying no, and then saying yes, you would now say, no, they're not cardinal directions.
You just literally condensed my argument. I just said that the cardinal directions aren't east, west, north, south in reality.
Mm-hmm.
And
I agree with that.
You just went on to say that. So if north, south,
I agree with Brian, just to help Brian out here a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So I would have to say a straight line is a straight line,
I also agree on that particular point, because for me, this description to reality, that they are cardinal, it may be referring to maps or cartography or whatever. It's okay. But I would say that not to reality. In reality, they are not cardinal.
In reality, if I go around Polaris and I keep it pretty close to the same height in the sky, and I just set off in one direction, no, I'm not going to do a straight line. That's ridiculous to me, in my mind. I'm open to being proven otherwise, but to me, in my mind, that any sailor or any whatever, if you set off and kept Polaris about the same height in the sky and just kept going in whatever direction you had to turn to keep it the same height. So if it started getting high, then you turn to the right to get it lower. In other words, get further away. If it started getting low in the sky, you turn to the left to get it, to keep it that same elevation in the sky, and just kept going as far as you could and keep it the same height. There's only one way to do that, and I think that's going to circle back around on yourself. And I think you could just do that with anything, dude. You could do that with a building, like the top of a building. Just keep it the same height and start off in one direction a mile away from it. And you're going to wind up right back where you started, bro. It's I'm not saying I know where or what Polaris is. That's just common sense, right?
So you're giving north a light in the sky, right? You're naming a light in the sky.
I didn't say north. I never said north. Good
well,
try.
What are you calling it then?
I just said Polaris because that's the only thing I can refer to in the sky that's fairly fairly.
Yeah, but we are talking about cardinal directions here. Are you calling north a cardinal direction? Or are you just completely forgetting about the cardinal directions, north, south, east, and west, which is the discussion that we're having?
Point. That is a good point. And I'm going to claim that cardinal directions. Hold on, let me think of a claim before I claim it.
Can I just jump in for a quick second, Brian?
Yeah.
Okay. What is the only direction that we can measure with the compass?
Depends, doesn't it?
Are you going to measure something with a compass?
Yeah, you're measuring your direction, right?
But what do you call that direction?
You're trying to line your 360-degree circle to 0 to the needle of the north, right?
I don't know. Is that what you're calling north?
Well, that's
Which Brian was trying to decide whether he was
north,
calling
right?
the. Well, I don't know. Brian was trying to decide whether he was calling the light in the sky north. Are you calling north where the compass points?
The compass points to 0, right? It should always point to 0. 0 is a circle.
I didn't think of that. 0 is a circle. But no, I was specifically not using north because
0 is a circle.
I didn't do that on purpose. I was just joking. I mean,
isn't it?
Sounds a bit monadic.
Yeah, that was Rob being humorous. That was actually funny as shit. Dude.
Come on, man. I'm trying to be funny, trying to lighten or give a little levity to the situation here.
I can't believe they didn't laugh, bro, because he just pointed out that 0 is a circle. But anyway, but I think he does have a point there. I mean, here's the point: is I didn't purposely leave out that Polaris is north, but I was wanting to refer a building. Like I wanted to use the example with the top of a building or the top of an antenna. So I didn't want to use north. So I accidentally didn't use north. So don't say I used north. I just used.
We're talking about the cardinal directions. Don't be looking at the tops of buildings.
Okay.
It's not going to help you.
What are you going to do?
I think there's only one cardinal direction.
Wait. If you pin us down to only talking about cardinal directions, who's that sound like, Bev?
That was the question that was being asked. There is a purpose to it, Brian. Don't worry. There is a purpose because we've had other flat earthers having this discussion, and it's a tricky one for people to have. But we've got to try and stick on the conversation and not get off into the weeds because somebody's model afflicted about something.
Not denying that. And to make it clear, you don't. There's no contention that if we keep Polaris. If we head off in one direction perpendicular to Polaris and we just try our best to stick to that direction, keeping Polaris the same elevation, we're going to do a circle, right, in reality. Or no. And I'm not calling it north. Please don't say north. Or an antenna. I'll say Polaris or the top of a tower. The same thing. If we start off 90 degrees and we do our best to keep it the same elevation. You do agree. So I just want to make sure we're not in contention. You do agree we will circle back around, right? If we do our best. I'm not saying we're maintaining cardinal directions. I'm saying we're going to continue off and do our best to maintain the elevation.
Brian, can I just go through something with you? Before I agree, Brian, can I just point out something to you? If you are going around the light in the sky and you are looking at it north and somebody is on the other side, right? And they would be looking at it north, but they'd be pointing to your south.
Dude, I begged you to don't say fucking north. Bev, are you serious? Come on, I'm not trying to get emotional. I said, please don't say north.
That's because you've got there's a contradiction there, Brian.
That's not, Bev. I'm gonna chill out. Because I love you, dude.
The problem is, Brian, I think what you'd have to admit. Can you see the north, south, east, west? If you put that north in the center, then where do you put all of the other things? Because north on the compass isn't at the center.
Can you repeat that? It roboted for a second. I want to hear what you say.
Sorry, Bev, but I have one objection. Because you are not, because if we can say that Polaris is this north, but we are not at this location. We are not at Polaris location. So we cannot say that the middle of the compass is this Polaris, because it is not. We are not at Polaris point. So we are always somewhere else than north.
Yeah, exactly. But Brian was saying you go around it.
If it is a point, yes.
Well, at which point then there would be somebody, you put north at the center, and there would be somebody at the north, and they'd be looking north, but towards the south.
Well, let me repeat this. Restate this. Repeat. Okay, please don't say north. I'm not going to use the word north. And I double beg you this time to don't say north, because I just want to find common ground. We can talk about cardinal directions afterwards. I just want to make sure we have common ground on this point so I know where to go. I'm not closed-minded to any idea, Bev. So what I'm asking you is that if there's a star in the sky that doesn't move much, and there's also the top of a tower that doesn't move much, a long way away that this tower is, but it's real tall, and there's a light, whatever. 2 examples. Doesn't matter the direction. I'm just trying to get common ground. Would you agree that if I set off 90 degrees to whichever we're talking about, and then whatever it starts deviating, if it starts getting lower to that angle, I either move closer.
You're setting off at 90 degrees.
Yeah, I'm going to set off 90 degrees to the star or to the tower or whatever. That's where I'm going to start.
Well, all you have to do then is carry on in a straight line.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Isn't it?
How can if I have a tower, like say Blackpool Tower is, let's say I'm 100 feet away from Blackpool Tower. I start off 90 degrees. I get it that it's not going to be a straight line. I get that. It's not a cardinal direction. But if I get further away,
do you mean it's not going to be a straight line?
Well, if I go in a straight line, the angle to Blackpool Tower will change. Right? If I get further away, it's going to drop. So then I'm going to have to get a little closer. But if I try to maintain that direction the best as I can, let's say Blackpool Tower is 10 miles away. And I'm still looking kind of up to it. If I start off 90 degrees, I realize that it's gonna deviate, but to try and maintain
once you've got your position to Blackpool Tower, and then you make a 90 degree to that line, then you've made your 90 degree to that line. You don't never need to refer back to Blackpool Tower again. You've already set your 90.
Very good, but then I can't keep the same angle.
You are keeping the same angle at 90 degrees. You've already set it.
No, I'm not. How could I keep the same angle if I'm talking about elevation angle? If
elevation angle? No, you were doing a straight line.
No, we were talking about horizontal, let's say. And I would say that if we are, as Beth said, we are making this line from Blackpool Tower to us and perpendicular to that. And if we will go with that perpendicular line, we will go away from Blackpool Tower.
Right. So if I stop, I look 90 degrees. I'm no longer looking at Blackpool Tower, right?
If you are going with that perpendicular line to Blackpool Tower, of course you will miss because and this Blackpool Tower will go away.
I'm sorry to interrupt because I think he's right in between us, Bev. Like he sees what I'm saying and he kind of sees what you're saying. He sees kind of what I'm saying. Like this is fun.
I see what you're saying, Brian. I do see what you're saying. I'm just saying it's not perpendicular.
I agree. It's definitely not perpendicular. I concede that. I 100% concede that. And that's why I didn't want to get... I just was looking for common ground. Like, I just wanted for everybody to understand, like see where I'm starting at. You know, because like I said, I'm not going to try and make a 100% point on anything. I'm open-minded. And y'all know me. Anything, I'll hear everybody's argument. But I just want to make sure we're on the same page on certain things so I know where to start to ask my questions or to declare my points. And I'm just saying that if Blackpool Tower is 45 degrees of an elevation angle, let's say I'm 3,000 feet away.
Why are you talking about an elevation angle?
That's my whole point. How are you going to... What are you talking about? Why am I talking about that? What do you mean, what do you mean?
Because that's not a perpendicular.
Right, but I got to... that was
so
my
the
whole challenge.
Perpendicular is the understanding of the cardinal directions.
Right,
being perpendicular. And now you're saying, well, let's have a different angle, an elevation angle to a building.
Okay, I got you. Okay, so let me redo my challenge for the third time. Okay, so I've got an elevation angle to Blackpool of 45 degrees. Okay, it's I'm looking 0 degrees at it. Okay, it's right out in front of me. Wherever it's at, it's 0 degrees to me facing it. Okay? And it's a 45 degree elevation angle for my feet. Okay, now if I start off 90 degrees to the right, not east, not north, to the right, if I start off perpendicular to the right, and I want to maintain that 45 degree angle to the top of Blackpool Tower, would you... This ain't a trick, Bev. I swear. I'm just trying to get everybody to...
Brian, you're not going to try and conflate Blackpool Tower with a light in the sky, are you? At any point.
Dude, I swear to God on my life, this ain't a trick. I'm just trying to get everybody...
I didn't
where
say
I'm
a trick.
starting
I
at.
said you said, you know.
Yeah, but it's not a trap or anything. It's not a gotcha. I promise to God it's not a gotcha.
No, mine isn't a trap either.
I know, but I'm trying to get everybody to see where I'm coming from. Like, to maintain the 45 degree elevation angle, if I start off 90 degrees to the right, if I keep going straight, then it's going to get lower because I'm getting further away from it. So I naturally have to turn off to the left a little bit. So what I'm trying to do, I'm not trying to maintain a straight line. I'm not trying to maintain any cardinal direction. I'm trying to maintain my direction as best as possible, while keeping Blackpool at 45 degrees elevation angle from my feet. So I'm just making sure everybody agrees that would bring me back around to where I started. I mean, it's not a gotcha.
Yes,
I'm gonna...
tying a piece of string around it and going around it in a circle would be exactly the same thing, Brian, wouldn't it?
To maintain this angle, that yes, you would have to make the circle around Blackpool Tower.
Yeah, but I'm trying to do it in 3 dimensions. Like the string is too simple for this channel, I believe. Like if you're just introducing things to people, you say tie string, and they think of just the string and where they can go. I'm trying to present this in 3 dimensions.
Yeah, you'd be making a cone, Brian, with the equal angle at the bottom all the way around.
Yeah, a cone. Yep. Okay. So that's the way I picture the Earth. And I'm just trying to tell you how I picture it. And I'm open to being wrong, but I picture
the world, right? The world.
Yeah, the world. Very good. The world. Thank you. I picture if I was 45 degrees to Polaris, it's just a bigger version of that. What I just said. I think if I go east, I think it's not a cardinal direction. I think no. East is a cardinal direction, but I think if I.
Are you sure?
Yeah, by definition, yes. By definition, it's a straight line and it's a cardinal direction. But I don't think east in reality is a straight line cardinal direction. I think if I'm going to keep angle to Polaris, then I'm going to circle right back around on myself. I'm going to I'm going to swim across the Atlantic.
Yeah, Brian, we get it. Brian, calm down. We get it. Right? This is the point of the question. Do you imagine north, south, east and west are cardinal directions? That means they're straight lines. But you want to have east-west as a circle. So technically, you can't have north, south, east and west as being perpendicular.
True.
So there's a contradiction, Brian, that you hold.
It depends on how I've made my map.
No, it doesn't. It depends. However you want to deal with that contradiction.
What if I made my map and based my starting point on Polaris? And then I did my latitude lines based on my elevation angle to Polaris. You've agreed that I'm going to do a circle.
Our latitude and longitude perpendicular.
I'll concede halfway. I'll say that if I'm going to do my system as a grid and do them perpendicular and cardinal, then I'm going to do exactly what you're saying. But if I'm going to make a big world map, the way I picture the world, and I'm going to use Polaris as a starting point, then I'm most certainly going to have circles for east-west. So I'm going to halfway concede with you, Bev.
You can't halfway concede to you holding a contradiction. You, Brian, hold a contradiction. Now, don't worry. Everyone will seem to have this problem too.
I'm willing to learn, bro. So tell me quickly what my contradiction is without saying north, south, east, or west, please.
You hold north, south, east and west as being perpendicular. Yet you have one of those straight lines that is perpendicular as being a circle, thus making it impossible to be perpendicular. There's a contradiction. You can't have both. Yet you do have both.
Can you please repeat that?
Okay. North, south, east and west are cardinal directions and they are perpendicular. Right? There's no getting around that. That's set. It's on every compass, every cardinal direction, every map. North, south, east and west are perpendicular. Grid system.
It's on every compass? You just said it's on every compass. So you don't believe me when I tell you that due east, 90 degrees from north, does not line up with compass east. You must not believe me.
Brian, a compass has a point in the middle, and north, south, east and west are diameters. They are quadrants of that circle. Those two diameters are perpendicular.
But you're a humble person, right? You're willing to be wrong. Just, I promise you I am if I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, then dude, if I'm contradicting myself, then by golly, keep beating it in my head. But I want you to maintain the position that you might be wrong and that a compass might not line up with it. I agree.
I didn't say whether they line up or not, Brian.
Well,
we're not talking about that. We're talking about the fact that north, south, east, and west are the cardinal directions, and they are perpendicular. Right?
Okay,
now what you're doing is you're taking those cardinal directions, placing them into reality, and then saying that you believe east and west are circles.
Bev, every time I try to get common ground, you're skipping hopscotch on me, bro.
No, there's loads of people,
You just literally said compass directions, and I wanted to make sure, and I just told you, if I'm wrong, beat it in my head. I'm just making sure that we're approaching this fair. Because if I am wrong, then I do want you to beat it in my head, but I need to hear you say that if you're wrong, you will understand, try and learn too. And then you brought up the compass. And I'm saying, what if you're wrong? And
I'm not wrong about a compass being north, south, east, and west being perpendicular, because that's the way they are on the cardinal direction compass.
What if they're not cardinal directions? What if the compass directions are not cardinal directions? They're not.
You mean where the compass points to?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know what that is. That's what I'm saying. That's not the point of this exercise, is to point out that there are contradictions that you will hold. Okay. Not just you, Brian. More people.
You say that, but I'm asking you to open your mind. Now, I'm in my neighborhood right now, okay? I don't care what the shape of my neighborhood is. I'm going to start my map of my neighborhood as a starting point from the center of my neighborhood. Now, if I map my neighborhood in circles from the center, and then I go to measure it, it's going to match what I mapped. If I map it in cardinal directions, then it's going to match that. Okay, I'm not arguing with you, Bev. I'm not arguing at all. I'm just telling you that we can have different maps in our mind, even especially, without contradicting each other, bro. I'm not trying to be made a spectacle of. I'm just trying to say that I can map it either way, Bev.
Look, Brian, it was Kevin that started this, and I'm not trying to make a spectacle of you.
It's fucking Kevin.
These are just simple questions. Maybe to highlight, they maybe highlight contradictions that you may hold. Not just you. I keep pointing it out.
I could say you're contradicting yourself, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to say that because I'm being
both
realistic.
of them on there?
But couldn't I map my neighborhood either way?
Not Mike, Kev.
Sorry, guys.
No problem.
Brian, ever make a circle? Yes or no?
Sorry, I didn't catch the whole question, Nessie.
We have two straight lines. They're perpendicular.
Never
a
make
circle.
a circle. Yeah, you'll never get a.
That's it. That's all you need to say, bro.
I agree with that.
End of combo. Yeah. There's no buts, ifs. There's nothing else.
We're not contradicting. I'm not.
And you can say, that's it. It's over. Yeah.
See, do you agree that I could map
my
neighborhood?
You already answered.
Would you agree with I could map my neighborhood in grid lines or in a circle from the center?
I never seen. No, Brian.
Man.
Doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It's just I haven't seen it.
No, I didn't hear your answer to the question whether I could map my neighborhood in a circle.
Yeah, I see you're breaking up.
Yeah, I don't know whether I see he's gone. He must be struggling with the connection. Yeah, don't. It's not directed at you personally, Brian. We recently had the same conversation with Jaron.
I got it, bro. Bro, I got it. Much love. I told Jaron too. He mentioned that, and I told him, I was like, bro, I love this conversation, bro, because I've literally put everything into three camps. From you enlightened me to this.
You told Jaron, did you say?
If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't even understand that I even think like that. Like, I literally, the way I picture the world, I have to describe it as like horizontal at a point. Like, it's embarrassing, but that's literally how I have to describe it. It's different, a little bit different from the globe, but that's why I said
Is that east-west at a point then?
Yeah. And I literally described it as like you have your perpendicular people who believe in shit the way it can be proved out Euclidean, and then you have your one circle, one curve type of people like me, and then you have your double curvers like globers. Like, I literally, that's the way I see it, you know. And you know, as far as Euclidean geometry, you know, I'm gonna have to concede to the arguments that you make. But I'm going to try and defend my the way I see things and just state it as like just the way it's being mapped. And really, if you think about it, even the globers, they're just like double model afflicted. Like, I'm like halfway model afflicted.
No, that's not the way it works, Brian. The way it works is the globers and the flat earthers team up against anybody that's not part of the contradiction holding group. That's the way it is. That's why you'll find there are people at the minute that call us stupid.
I got you back,
for not holding these contradictions.
I don't think for 1 second you're stupid, bro. You're exactly opposite of stupid, bro. You're a realist. You're a realist, bro. I respect that. I'll try to make that clear. I do love this conversation and shit, you know. But like, I'm getting, you know, yeah. I appreciate the sentiment. Dude, I respect you, man. I learned a lot from you. I'm just trying to point out my point of view, and yeah, it's not cardinal directions. But I'm also kind of backing it up a little bit, pointing out that a compass, you know, and before this is over, I'm going to make a video and show that, not a hit video, but a video showing that, because I was scratching my head too that the compass doesn't point east. You know, it doesn't point 90 degrees. I mean, it should, but, and then that just to me, that makes this a great conversation. I don't think any people should get mad at you. That's ridiculous, dude. And especially call you stupid. You're the opposite of stupid. That's ridiculous.
Brian, the compass only points in one direction.
I see you are still breaking.
What the?
Yeah, you got to head 90. I want to say head 90 degrees from the needle of the compass. Because it'll point toward the north, if you can hear me. Just head E, head whatever the E is, head directly toward E, and mark that, and then pull 90 from north, and it just doesn't line up. It kills me. Nobody else knows this. It literally kills me.
I can't work out what you're trying to say there, right, to be honest.
Give me a minute. I'll record it and show you real quick.
Bit of poetry in the chat there for you.
Yeah, where'd that come from?
Level bastard. He did it a bit ago. It's all about our friend.
It's Charles.
Oh, nice. Nice.
I can never hear those words or read those words without them ringing through my mind.
I don't know that I've ever seen this. Really good.
It's a lot of oh my goodnesses.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah.
Am I coming in clear now?
Yeah, you're not breaking up right now.
Okay, I just want to tell Brian, we all in agreement the compass points in one direction, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So what's this with the 90? Now, here before, are you saying the difference between magnetic north and true north? Is that your pole thing? Or
No, I'm gonna say head
I
90
wasn't.
degrees. Sorry. Damn it!
No,
you're
you're
breaking
good.
up
Go,
again.
bro.
Is it just me? I think he's. But actually, I get your point to your question, and I should clarify or say, head toward the E, or head 90 on your compass. So, in other words, walk in the direction of east. In other words, walk 90 degrees of your arrow, and then put a string line down. Let me just put this video up, dude. Okay, I do it live. Okay. Head.
This was my fault. I blame myself.
Yeah. It's a tough one, right? I mean,
It is a
you
tough one,
always
yeah.
end up with. It would be better to do it, to normal people, because I do believe that the model afflicted are always the ones that are gonna have struggles with it. It's not meant for this arena, I don't think. It's like one of these. The Earth is flat, or it's not a globe. Anywhere else, it's fine, but not within this arena. Like, it's just not done.
Yep. And I think you and I have talked about this before, right? Like, if you took that same diagram, took the north, the NSWE out, took those out, and just had perpendicular, and then asked the questions, only without north, south, east, west, you get an entirely different answer every time.
Yeah, it's the same as the perpendicular argument with the vertical and horizontal.
Yeah. Yep.
No different. And that's the idea of this, is to point those sort of things out.
Definitely a little different. Because how can you make a map of big proportions?
Like a map of America.
Like a map of North America.
Yeah.
Without some reference frames,
Yeah,
northings
and eastings, Brian.
They did go across in one parallel, right? They took one latitude and they claim they went all the way across. I don't even know if I believe that.
You claim to be a surveyor, right?
I claim to use survey tools like I do concrete.
You've heard of northings and eastings?
Yeah.
Are they perpendicular on maps?
According to what? According to maps, local maps?
Well, I mean, all of the maps. Every bit of map of America, of the North America that you were just talking about, has a local map. Right? Now, even the big map of North America has northings and eastings.
You just conceded that if I went and kept Polaris 45 degrees, I'd start back on myself the same as Blackpool, right? You did agree with that, right?
I didn't say for Polaris. I said that if you were doing it around
I'm not saying you're
Blackpool
claiming that's
Tower.
a straight line. I'm not claiming that you're saying that's a straight line or a cardinal direction or anything to do with the compass. Just in reality, if we head off right of Polaris and just start going, and maintain Polaris at a certain elevation, Polaris, a big building, a string line, whatever. I thought you agreed that we're going to circle back around on ourselves. Am I wrong? Are you changing it, or you never concede that? I can't call it a concession. It's just, I mean, you agree, though.
Can we have the map of North America with the northings and eastings that are actually on the maps of America?
I don't have it.
You don't have any maps of America that have northings and eastings on them?
As far as I know, they only did one parallel, and that was the 39th. And I don't even believe they did that super accurate and shit. It took them way too long. Like, I would expect a few years, but, it took them, like, fucking forever, excuse my language. I don't even believe they went the full length accurately of that one single parallel. So, no, I don't think they've mapped anything like they act like the Globers act like. I don't think we've even come close to mapping anything that perfectly, except for by putting local maps together.
Okay, well, forget about, I don't know whether you believe America has or not, but I know for a fact that the UK has been mapped. And we in the UK have grid reference lines, right? They are perpendicular to each other.
Yeah, my state, I mean, if you're talking about something that size, yeah, my state has a map, bro. No, I'm just kidding.
Of course it does. Now, the northings and eastings on those maps, are perpendicular.
Like back in the day, I'd say my state made that map from the local, and then they combine the local, then the counties, they combine them, and then they combine the states, and then they combine it. Nobody's mapping this whole damn thing at once. That's modeling. Do you think anybody's traveled every longitude and latitude line in UK to map it? Or do you think they just put together?
No, Brian. They mapped the UK with grid lines. Then they went around to the positions that they'd already mapped, and then they looked at the lights in the sky.
The grid line.
They mapped the UK to scale. They triangulated the positions. They made the grid lines. They mapped the things. They put the maps together. They scaled the maps to whatever size you wanted. They used grid lines to map the maps. Then they went around those positions and looked at the lights in the sky.
Do you mind if I ask what parallel you live on, Bev? Make one up and then...
I don't know.
Latitude? About?
I don't know. I don't care.
You live on the
the lights in the sky have zero relevance to me.
I'm here for fun, bro. I'm here for fun and for people to learn what we're talking
about. I know,
about,
me too.
Don't be no fun, dude. I'm just saying, you ain't got to tell me your fucking house. I'm just saying, let's say if you live on... I'm just trying to ask you a question.
No, Brian.
I'm not trying to pin you down, Bev. Calm down, bro, please.
Don't ask me what my latitude is. I don't know.
I'm just saying hypothetically, if you live on 30 north, let's say you live on 30 north, if you travel, because you ended up saying, then they represent to the lights in the sky. So what I'm asking you, just to see what you think or what you know.
I've just got the map. You can go anywhere you want to any of the positions of any of the grid coordinates you want to. Right? And then you can look at a light in the sky from those positions. You can mark it on the map if you want.
You just said that. Okay, my question is if you go east and you maintain this grid line, is Polaris going to deviate? Just asking, so I know.
I don't know
what you think.
I don't know.
All right, good answer. All right, so you don't know, but and these grid lines you're speaking of, are they? Did you think they? I don't want this to sound sarcastic, but you're making them sound so certain, and maybe they are.
They're lined up to the
lines.
Well, there's a cardinal direction thing for you to put a compass on any of the north things or any of the east things. Yeah, that's what you do. Have you, Brian, have you heard of grid north?
Yes.
Right. Well, that's the grid lines that are perpendicular. The northings and eastings.
Hard man to not disagree with, bro. You know, anybody ever told you, Beb, you're such a hard man to not disagree with? For fuck's sake. This is weird. Okay, like I said, if I map my shit as a grid, okay, I don't know how y'all did it in UK. I'm being honest, okay? I'm asking, did they pull actual lines or layout lines or chalk it or did they do 2 or 3 or 10 or I'm just trying to get an idea of how they did it. But I'm telling you this, if I map my neighborhood in grid lines and then I measure it, if I don't do it in grid lines, it's probably not going to be accurate. I'll give you that, and I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just trying to get some, thoughts and also information you might have to see where to lead it to. Not disagreeing with you, bro.
It was just a simple question about perpendicular and pointing out the contradictions that people hold, Brian.
Kevin always does this shit, man. No, I was just kidding, Kevin. That's funny, but
I already accepted responsibility. It's all good.
I do really enjoy this conversation, but it's not as cut and dry, man. Like I said, if I stopped, I just grabbed my string line and all that, and I followed back to respond to SE. I think everybody's got to understand what I'm saying to even see where I'm coming from with the compass, because they're not perpendicular, the north, and east.
Okay, now what about latitude and longitude, Brian?
That's $1 million question, brother.
Well, what's the difference?
I'm trying to figure that out, bro.
Are you going to say, would you say in your mind that they are also perpendicular, but latitude is your east and west?
I'd say if we throw the compass out and use grids, yeah, they're perpendicular.
Okay, so would you say, in your mind at least, the cardinal directions of north, east, south and west differ from latitude and longitude by the fact that latitude and longitude are the ones that you would have for the actual light in the sky?
I'd say if I mapped it perpendicular, then I could only measure it perpendicular. If I mapped it according to the lights in the sky, then I would have to deviate. I don't think that'd show up locally.
How would you map something to the lights in the sky, Brian?
Well, I don't think for 1 second that they chalked lines, or like I said, in America, I know they did one.
No, Brian, please. How would you map something to the lights in the sky?
I'd put markers down, and I would start off east or west. Like I'd take the elevation to Polaris, like at the 39th.
So you get an angle.
Yeah, I'd get an angle, an elevation angle. Here's how I think they did it. And I might do it this way. It'd be easy. It'd be the easiest way to do it is to take something in the sky that's...
So all you'd have, Brian, is an angle. How would you map anything using an angle?
Bev, I'm trying to tell you. Yeah, I'd start with an angle. I'm not saying I'd do anything with just angle, but I would certainly start with an angle, right?
I don't know. Right? Go on. You start with an angle, and then where do you go?
Okay, I'm on the east coast of America. Okay, let's say the Canada-America border is at 40 degrees north. Okay, so I've got a 50-degree angle to Polaris. If 0 is my equator, No matter how the map is, then that'd be my angle. So I got 50 degrees to
you starting off, you've got a point and you've got 50 degrees related to that point. Don't forget, you're mapping the land to the lights in the sky.
Right. Very good. So, in fact, I'm going to make this even easier, and I'm going to call the equator 90, because people might, believe me, people might get caught up on that. So
you're going to call the equator 90.
Yeah. I'm going to call the equator 90 instead of 0.
But you're mapping using angles.
I mean, I'm sorry. I'm going to call the equator, that's what I said, 90. And I'm going to call the North Pole 0. That way, a 30-degree angle to
90 to 0.
That way, if I don't do that, a 30-degrry angle is only going to wind up being like 1,800 miles. But we know that a 30-degree
No.
Oh, goddamn! Everything I go to say, you're cutting me off, bro.
Yeah, but you've just given a fucking measurement. Where did you get 1,800 miles from?
10 seconds to answer it, bro. Bro, you're being like somebody I think we all can bring up, bro. I'm not comparing you to that guy, but please don't be that guy, okay? Now, all I'm saying is that to make this easy for some people who don't understand, I'm going to call Polaris 0, because if I have a 30-degree angle to Polaris, I know it's not 18. I mean, I'm going to call Polaris, 90, because if I have a 30-degree angle to Polaris, I know I'm not freaking 5,000 miles away. I know that I know I'm not 1,800 miles away. That I'm like.
I don't know how you get it. All you've got's an angle.
Well, you agree that the lower the angle in the sky, the further away we are to anything at all we measure in reality. Whether we can do anything with it, at least we do know that. The further something gets away from us, the lower it is. So we know if Polaris is right on the horizon, we don't want to call that a 1-degree angle and call it 60 miles away or something. Okay, so what I'm doing is making Polaris 90 just for simplicity's sake. You asked me how I'd map it. I'll make this so short. Okay, so I'd map it. I would make Polaris 90. So I'd call that 89 degrees, and I'd multiply 89 times 60 or whatever I came up with. I don't know yet.
Where'd you get
so
60
I'm at the Canada, UK, or United States border, right on the East Coast, and the only thing I could do is I could maintain an exact straight line from some reference like Polaris and do grids, or
how would you get a grid?
Just by maintaining a direct straight line, right? That's what I'm trying to tell you. I could either maintain a
direct straight line of angles.
Just from where I'm at, I can set off in one direction according to Polaris or whatever else, the compass or Polaris, or I could keep Polaris the same height. The way I'm pretty sure they did it is they kept Polaris at the 50-degree angle. So they kept Polaris at a 50-degree angle and just kept going and going and going and going and going. Okay, and then when they went down to, let's say, 30 degrees, then they just kept Polaris at 60 degrees. They just kept Polaris at 60 degrees and just traced a line and just put a bunch of markers. You know, you put a marker every 50 miles or so. You put a marker, and then you go down to 20 degrees latitude, and then you got Polaris. You maintain Polaris across the country at like 70 degrees, and so on. And maybe put a marker every 50 miles or every 20 miles in cities, or even every mile in cities actually. But out in the mountains, you probably just did it every 50 miles or 20 miles or 10 miles, you know. But I could do it either way, Bev. But my whole point, and I'm sorry to get all snappy, but I'm just saying I could do it either way. I could do a straight line to the best of my ability and just measure off that straight line or measure an angle from Polaris from one point. But I do think it, however I map it out.
But you're mapping it. How do you know where your points are? You're just going to label them angles.
Latitude lines. How else would I do it?
Okay, and those latitude lines, would they be perpendicular to the longitude?
Depends. If I did a grid or I did elevation angles.
What, you think you could map something out with elevation angles?
I think I could map a latitude line. Didn't we just discuss that? Like I could go around Blackpool Tower, and I could chalk a line, right? I could, you know, like I said, in America we only did one that I know of. We might have done more than that, but I only know that one we done. We might have done 20 of them, but we've only discussed
Which one did they do first, Brian, do you imagine? Do you reckon they actually mapped the land first and then went to the individual points which they'd already mapped and then measured an angle to the light in the sky? Or do you imagine that they measured angles to lights in the sky to map?
I gotta slow down because I don't want to get. I've already got way ahead of myself. I say this: these lines are imaginary for one, but I mean they do hold, you know, some purpose as far as like. I think locally they mean shit.
When they actually mapped the land, Brian, they actually mapped the land. They measured distances. They triangulated. Right? They didn't look at lights in the sky. They measured the land. They set out a baseline, made a principal meridian, and then made grids all over the land. They mapped it and then represented that as maps.
Yeah, you don't even know your fucking latitude. Do you really know how they did this shit? I mean, I'm just giving you my best guess. But what's your guess, bro?
That's not a guess, Brian, I'm telling you.
I know. I'm not questioning measurements in reality, bro. I'm not. I'm just saying, how do you think they did it?
I know how they did it. They measured an accurate baseline and then they mapped the land. They triangulated all of the positions. They mapped the land in grids and represented it on maps.
Yeah, but it gets trickier when you're arguing with a flat earther because, yeah, we agree. There's a baseline.
Not arguing with you.
No, is that? But yeah, arguing's a bad word. I give you that. But hold on, is the baseline then straight?
Of course.
That's the question.
It has to be.
Does it have to be, man?
Absolutely, yes.
Even if the compass isn't 90 degrees.
Sorry. What was that? I think you broke up.
I was saying, even if the compass doesn't dictate that. So if the
What compass doesn't? The compass doesn't dictate the baseline. The baseline usually east to west, straight fucking line. Then the principal meridian is taken from that east-west baseline.
Are you willing to leave the UK with your thoughts?
Leave the UK. That was in America that they did
in my
that.
example, I swam across the Atlantic in my example. I was going to go over Blackpool and just joking around and cartwheel over China and then swim the Pacific in my example, where I'd come back around on myself if I kept Polaris.
You just go round in circles. Well, you can imaginary go round in circles as much as you want.
Are you willing to come out of UK? That's what I'm asking. To imagine things. It is funny.
What are you trying to get me to imagine, Brian?
I know, man. I'm not. It is funny. Just hearing you laugh is kind of funny because it is funny. Because it's like, dude, does anybody even really know any of these things? I mean, I'm gonna have to say, if I'm being honest, I don't think nobody knows what the entire world is. I'm just giving you my best guess. I'm sorry to get frustrated earlier.
I'm not talking about the entire world, but I mean, my entire world is pretty small. Right? I've not been many places. So my world doesn't involve places I've never been or never seen.
We got to get you over here to America, man. We got to expand your world, Bev, man. But either way, man, I'm going to say this. I give you my best guess of how they mapped America. That's how I think they did it. And if the world is what I think it is, then then yeah, the east-west lines would be very, very gradual circles. Okay, if it's not, if the east, I will concede this. It might not be. It might be perpendicular to north. I'm gonna tell you right now. I know nobody in here has done it, but I recommend everybody do it. The compass. If you line up your east, if you start walking east, it does. It's not 90 from north. I don't know why. I just know that I know how to use a square. And it's not 90 your direction wise, so maybe that has something to do with it. Maybe it doesn't, but I'm just telling you, if I mapped it though, if the world is the way some people think it is, then east and west and north to south will always be perpendicular. So I'm a plead open-minded and potentially either way, but I don't see how it makes sense. You're gonna have to explain to me how it makes sense as far as keeping Polaris north without.
I didn't say anything about Polaris. That was you.
Fair enough.
A lot of people want to put certain things at the center, but give themselves the monad. I just don't do that.
Well, you could, right? You at least.
I
give me
couldn't,
that.
no,
You
because
could.
that would make a contradiction, Brian.
You couldn't. I just explained it with my neighborhood, with Blackpool Tower. What do you mean you couldn't? You're trying to tell me you couldn't?
Yes, it would make a contradiction, Brian.
No, I just asked if you could. Like, you could make a little map.
I said I couldn't because it would make a contradiction that I can't deal with. I can't have contradictions. I can't accept a contradiction. Simple.
You don't, bro. You don't think you could make a Euclidean map with something in the middle, a circle, a Euclidean circle, using Euclidean rules, with Blackpool in the middle, like a small local map? That's ridiculous, Bev.
Yeah, that wouldn't make east and west a circle, Brian.
East and west are not Cardassians, bro, in a compass.
To me,
by definition,
north, south, east and west are perpendicular. That's what I've been taught. That's what I've been told. Yep. That's what all of the maps show me. Every time I've been orienteering, every time I look at a compass, they all show me that north, south, east and west are perpendicular.
I was taught the thing, Bub, but the first time I tested a compass, didn't hold up, Bub. Just saying.
Yeah. Well, that's what we've been pointing out just over this last week, right? There are things that we all know and we've all been taught. Yet, in this little arena of people, they tell you that you have to accept their contradictions. And that's why we're saying, goodbye, it's fucking ridiculous. I'm not accepting other people telling me I have to accept their contradictions. I'm not having it.
I agree with you, man. I'm done with all that. But I also, on the same token, say, keep open mind to different ideas, because I've been wrong more than once. I was shocked when I did that with a compass, and but I'll say this: that doesn't mean that the world is a certain way. That just means what I did with my compass, where I did it, it did that, and that's all it means. So, yeah, I don't accept what anybody says it has to be either. But I try to keep an open mind too, man. Everybody knows my stance on everything, so I appreciate the conversation. You know me, man. It's a fun topic, bro. Any time thing between laid back people gets like that, it's pretty cool conversation, in my opinion.
Nobody wants to have this conversation. Nobody in this arena, Brian. And when I'm saying this arena, I'm talking about the people that get triggered. People that hold contradictions, that want to keep hold of them. Those are the people I think I'm done with.
Yeah, anybody who acts like they know for certain this is and any of this for sure, and it can't be any other way, and this proves this and this proves that outside of mathematics. Yeah, man, I got to put them in check too, man. I got to be honest. I've got to keep open mind and say that, you know, unless you've proven it, is it really proof? If you can't prove it, it ain't proof.
What are you going to prove?
Mathematics. You can prove, like I was mentioning
perpendicularity.
Earlier, 3, 4, 5 triangle. Yeah, 3, 4, 5 triangle.
Well, I think it's already been proved that north, south, east, and west are perpendicular. Otherwise, they wouldn't be shown as being perpendicular.
Transfer that out and act like you know what the world is.
No. I think you seem to be the one that's saying they're not actually that.
I didn't mean you. I meant other people who act like they can, you know, change the rules and or act like they know what the whole world is. I know. I mean, I don't know. I'm just trying to be conservative with my closing statements, to be honest.
What do you mean by conservative?
Look, I don't want to make no bold claims. I just know what I've and what I could see. I'm not going to speculate. I'm going to say that if I map, I don't know how it's ended, but like this. Okay, if I map my neighborhood as a grid, throwing away the compass, throwing away the stars, then I'm going to measure it as a grid, and I'm going to get everything lined up. Euclidean rules and map it as a circle with a center point, using all Euclidean rules, and have a perfectly fine map. I'm shocked you won't agree to that, or maybe I misheard you.
I don't know. Do you know how to map with circular, circular coordinates? Because you know polar coordinates, that's Euclidean.
Yeah, I would just do string lines, you know, distances.
But radials outwards from the center.
Yeah, radials. Yeah, thank you.
But you'd need the center first, wouldn't you?
You'd absolutely need a center.
And where would you put that?
Right in the middle.
Of?
Whatever I was mapping, you know.
But then you'd already have had to have mapped it to know where the center is.
No, it's arbitrary.
No, the center of something isn't arbitrary.
The center's wherever I stake my claim as the center, and I pull a string line.
That's extremely monadic.
You can't have a center without a middle, Bev. So, I mean, I don't know what you're saying, bro. You weird me out sometimes, Bev. Really weird me out sometimes.
You can't have a center without knowing the whole, right?
Right.
But you can't know the whole unless you've already mapped it.
That's what I mean. A center is arbitrary. You got to have something around it, or there's no center. One's wholly dependent on the other. So wherever I stake my, you know, put my stake in the ground, that's my circle that I'll create.
Wow. Well, like I say, I'd be. Where do you think you stand within this flat Earth thing at the minute? Then.
Man, very good question. I don't know, man. I'm me.
It's all over the place, isn't it? You've got Jaron separate, and Dave Weiss. Jaron and Dave Weiss, and then you've got Nathan Oakley.
About them, man.
What about Jeremy and the the Discord flat earthers?
Yeah, I mean, they get on me sometimes. Everybody gets on me sometimes, but I'm just me, bro. Like me and SE, I'm not, hopefully he takes it as a compliment, but we're a lot alike. We like Discord. We don't mind arguing
have you got
with
TikTok?
Anybody. We don't mind hearing it, you know. I think we came from the same roots of trying to wake people up to reality.
Have you got a TikTok flat earther thing,
right?
Bray?
Yeah, I did start a TikTok, which is very small. It doesn't
Facebook?
seem to be growing, but no Facebook.
Instagram?
No Instagram.
What's the other one? Tinder? No, Twitch.
Wait. Telegram. I got Telegram. But just like I don't have a channel, but I just have messaging on Telegram.
Have you got Twitter?
No Twitter.
Twitter's got Twitter Spaces, where they go and talk about flat Earth and stuff. But there's groups of people that talk about flat Earth, and like most of them don't even know Nathan Oakley is.
Yeah, less and less will probably know about him, man.
Well, do you not think that's weird? Right, the way that all of the flat earthers are all going into individual groups, much like the globe earthers. Because the globe earthers don't need to talk about the globe together, because they all know that, it is globe. So they just argue with the flat earthers, and the flat earthers don't need to get together because they all know that they've proved it's flat, right? You can prove it's flat with an angle. So the flat earthers don't need to talk together either. So they all just sort of argue with each other everywhere. Flat earthers and globe earthers. And now flat earthers are starting to argue with flat earthers. Even there are some of the flat earthers and the globe earthers that are arguing geometric facts of reality with people that are in reality. It seems like everybody wants to argue with everybody else about what they imagine that their truths are.
You gotta admit, it's pretty funny that FTFE, the way he dogs out the AE map, not saying you're acting like that's the map of your reality, but the way he dogs it out, he didn't understand that the globe model is also circles around Polaris. That is fucking hilarious. And then he did a poll on his channel.
Would you think it's hilarious, Brian? You have the same thing.
Bro, that is hilarious, dude. Okay?
You think that's funny?
Every argument I've made over the last 3 years about everything, about the stars, the convergence, the sunrise at equinox, he didn't understand any bit of it. Like, I mean, it's ridiculous, dude. And he concedes to Jeranism because he had to, right? I watched him concede to Austin. I watched him concede to Jeranism because he was dead ass wrong and he got called out. So, if I get called out, I'm going to concede.
Conceded on what?
He thought that if you were doing a circle, like say that you're at 45 degrees north, he thought on a globe a circle was a straight line. And then half of his audience, he did a poll, a fair poll, he didn't say that Jaren's telling him this, he said, is a line around 45 degrees north, is it a straight line on a globe? Half of his audience said that it was. So they're thinking that latitude lines, literally like 10 degrees north, like right around the North Pole, on a globe, I might add, so just so you don't get confused. So right by the North Pole, they're thinking that if you do a circle around the north axis of their globe, it's a straight line.
No way.
How do you... At least we're having a good conversation about like potential different map styles and shit. That's ridiculous.
What they thought? Wait a minute. Fight the Flat Earth thought that straight lines curved.
No, worse than that. He thought they double. He thought that if you go around 10 degrees north on a globe, that you are doing a double straight line, not just a straight line elevation-wise, because they call it that. He's doing a straight line, like he's just walking in a direct straight line. To me, that's ridiculous. At least I'm only half that afflicted. So I'll end with that. I'm proud to only be half curved afflicted. No, I'm just kidding. But it just baffles me, bro, that 6 years in, 7 years in, that they think that latitude lines, the equator in their model, the equator.
Stop talking about their model.
On a globe, they can chalk a straight line around the equator and not have to turn left or right.
Yeah.
They'll have to do a big ass circle.
Do you know who else does that as well, Brian?
Who?
Jared.
No, he doesn't.
Yes, he fucking does.
No, he doesn't, dude.
Don't, Brian. Telling you, you're gonna have to do it as well. Fight the Flat Earth has always said he thinks straight lines curve. They have to. All of them have to.
Straight lines curve, bro. Dude, I'm arguing against that. The equator to me is a big circle, and every other.
Yeah, you've just said it's a circle. Yes.
I didn't. I did not say that a straight line is a circle, bro. I would never. In fact, if I ever say something that retarded, just ban me, dude, and send me a fucking bomb in the mail, bro. A straight line.
So what's the equator then?
It's a circle.
Is it a straight line to you guys?
It's a circle. These guys, everyone has it as a circle. Fight the
I'm
flat
sorry. I'm sorry. I just got back. I missed the last 5 minutes. I was on a tech support call. I'm really sorry.
Right. Everyone has the equator, right? It's just a fucking line that you've all made up. Fight the Flat Earth has always had it as a fucking circle. Yet, he thinks it's a straight line. He's always said it's a straight line that curves. I don't know what these people think. Jaren thinks he's fucking got one over on Fight the Flat Earth. And Fight the Flat Earth's going, oh yeah, I had to concede. East-west is a circle. Ha ha ha. Fucking pizza map. I don't know why people can't see what the fuck's going on. You've got to live with contradictions, and you've got people handing them to you. And then people not understanding what's going on. And it's hardly surprising. Because people's minds have been fucking messed up. For years. They've been talking about, like, what is an equator to anyone? Anyone know? Is it a line?
What's been told to the people? Yeah, a line on a mythical sphere.
Isn't it a straight line where the sun goes straight over the top of your fucking head? The sun goes from east to west, directly above the top of your fucking head.
No, it don't.
Is that not what the equator is?
Oh yeah, maybe at the equator. I've never been to the equator, but where I'm at.
Well, I don't know. You were talking about an equator, right? Now you say it's a circle.
No, wait. You said Jared said straight lines are curved, bro.
Right. Yes, I did. He said you can go round in a circle by going in a straight line.
Dude. Why are you putting words in his mouth, bro? He's not even here to... Dude, you just called it a circle. He calls it a circle.
I didn't... No. I said you all have it as a circle. I'm going to say now. I'll say again. Brian. In reality, the equator is a position where you can stand where the sun goes from east to west directly above your head.
You don't know that. That's a
is that?
No, bro, hold on. Stop, bro.
Well, what's the equator then, Brian? Tell me now. Give me your.
Dude, hold on.
Give me your definition of the equator now. Go.
You just said a circle. We claim a circle.
No, Brian. The equator, please. Define. Brian, define the equator for me now, please.
The middle, from the middle of a map. How about that? A fictitious line that marks the middle of maps.
Right, well, I didn't mention a line. I did say that you have a line. And you said the center of a map.
Nobody ever called it straight except Globers, and maybe you do. I don't know. I in my mind, I'm just telling you how it is in my mind, Bev. It's not straight. It's a circle. And Jared also
all right, fair enough. But all I know of the equator is where you are in a position when the sun goes directly from east to west above your head.
That don't ever happen. Where I'm at.
Yeah, it
Does it
doesn't
happen when
happen.
you're at?
It's the fucking equator. Are you on the equator, Brian? Do you live at the equator? Now, right, okay, let's have a go with a chat or anybody in the thing here now.
We need somebody who lives on the equator.
Is the equator? No, we don't need somebody that lives there. The question is, Brian, stop rumpusing. The question is, to everyone, what's the equator to you? Simple question. Anyone else willing to have a go at answering what's the equator?
I kind of liked your answer, Bev, but I can't be sure because I've never been there to witness that.
FPV says the centre of the North and South seasons. Nobody else? Nobody's got an idea of what the equator is?
I say it's a every world map.
Mike Dornan says it's the furthest away you could see Polaris going around in a circle. That's what Mike was taught. Askin says it's in the middle. The middle of what?
Wait a minute, how can he see Polaris?
I was just going to say middle of what?
I'll give you my thing. I have no clue, but I've been told it's the center of a mythical sphere. That's what I've been told.
Great answer, man. You can always count on SE, dude. That's a great answer. It is definitely the center of a mythical sphere. But I would bet anything, I bet half everything, that you just how I have to correct east, like when I'm driving, and you know, I have to correct toward the north, just like the navigators claim, the pilots claim. Any long distance drive, I think anybody would agree, or just pulling a string line, simple shit. Anybody could do it. I don't think that's going to change at the equator.
So it's a straight line then?
According to, no, it's exactly not a straight line.
How can you pull a string line? String line's a straight line.
It's going to put you in a circle, bro.
No, string lines are straight lines, Brian.
Does the string line drag along with me, bro?
There's 2 points, one at each end of the string line. You pull the string tight. It's straight.
Moving together in harmony? Or if I pull a string line, am I going to do a circle?
A string line's a straight line, Brian.
Right. And then once I set myself in motion, I'm doing a circle.
That's scribing out a circle, Brian, not laying a string line.
Bev, if you're on the other end of that string line and we're traveling together...
No, you don't travel with string lines, Brian.
Exactly. But we do set string lines. And
they're straight lines. When we do set them, they are straight lines.
So according to what I was taught, a gyro compass always
Why is this so hard?
Let me tell you what I was taught.
Because we're dealing with model afflicted people. This conversation isn't meant for model afflicted people, Brian. It's so fucking hard work.
Bev, you've made claims, bro, and I swear to God, I'll call them out if you don't chill out a little bit. You've made claims.
Call them out. Let's go for that. That's got to be more fucking interesting than this shit.
Let me tell you this first. I was taught that a gyro compass, okay, always points north, no matter where you're at, okay? Now, what people have tried to tell me since then is that I've got to correct north as I'm going east, okay? I'm fine with that. The compass doesn't point 90 degrees, okay? And I'm fine with that. I got to do a circle. But then they said that I'm going to hit a certain point where I don't have to correct at all, and they call that the equator, where I'm going to go in a dead straight line. And then once I get south of that, I gotta start correcting fucking north again. Who the fuck believes that, bro? If it's doing a circle around a central point, it don't just stop and then just start back correcting north when you get in the southern hemisphere. But that's what they say the gyro compass does. I don't believe that. I don't live on the equator, so I don't know. But I'm just telling you what I believe. And what I can verify.
Brian, the gyro compass doesn't do that. The gyro compass can be made to point to any cardinal direction all day long.
Yeah, it finds north.
Negative.
Yeah,
Negative.
see,
That's a misconception. It's
Hang on,
made.
SC.
It's made.
Hey, I just want to ask SE, how do you know it's pointing anywhere other than north? Because how do we know?
Go to Rob Durham. He does it. You know, he's got videos where he takes it apart and everything. I'm agreeing with SE, but I'm just saying as far as it pointing any direction, yeah, it can point any direction, but it's always going to find north eventually. But I mean, or close to north. Yeah, it does need a latitude to get exact, but and it's a mystery.
No, Brian, listen to me, Brian. I've looked into this. A gyro compass, a mechanical gyro compass. Bro, why are you cutting me off?
Because
Brian, let him finish. Brian, let him finish.
Okay, all right.
A mechanical gyro compass can be made to point to any cardinal direction. In other words, you can make it point east all day long if you want.
I agree. I 100% agree. Like, I'm disagreeing with you. I'm just saying, I watched dude do it. Just go to Rob Durham. It's the name of the channel, and he does it like a few times, and it shows how it overlaps north. And yeah, you can make it point wherever. I don't agree. I ain't disagreeing with really anything you say. I'm just saying that you know, if you leave it to its own devices, it's gonna point north. Let's say this.
No, Brian, you're not listening, Brian. No, if you leave it to its own devices, a compass, a gyroscope doesn't do anything.
I didn't say a
Gyro
gyroscope.
compass is a gyroscope it has like weights underneath, and it's made to do a certain thing.
It processes north.
No.
Where it processes east, if you just change the fucking labels like a Rubik's Cube, you could change the stickers on it and act like you solved it, okay? But I'm telling you, if you put a small precession, it'll find north, and it ain't perfect. I agree with that. It asks for the latitude, and what he showed live, but he shows in his video, he just, you know, full time, is that it does go to north. It overshoots, and then it overshoots back again, and it just slowly narrows in on it, you know. So if you want to change the stickers, you know, he showed that if he changes his latitude and puts in the wrong one, it lines up slightly off, very slightly, but still off, right? I've never read on it. I just seen it, you know. My whole point was this, was that all the pilots and ship and captains all have agreed that they correct north when traveling east or west. And then what the Globers claim is that there's a spot on the Earth where they don't have to correct north or south or whatever. They just go straight, okay? I don't believe that. They say there's a spot at the equator where Foucault pendulums fucking don't do nothing. I've done Foucault pendulums 100 fucking times. They don't do what they say. Okay, I don't believe any of their bullshit until I see it. So I'm not going to make any claims on that, but I'm going to tell you my belief is that you're not going to correct north and then all of a sudden hit a spot where you don't, and then go further south and start correcting north again. That's their claim, that the gyro compass always points north. And that's ridiculous.
You're all over the place, bro. But you're not willing to listen to what I'm telling you, but it's okay. It doesn't matter. What I'm going to do for you, Brian, is I'm going to post a video for you. Maybe that'll be clearer.
Yeah, I'll watch it, SE. I'll keep open mind, but I'm just wondering what's the value of a gyro compass? What value is it if it can't fucking find north, bro?
I'll tell you the value. The value of it is it's not affected by the metal of the ship. In other words, the compass, if the metal could affect it wrongly. But a gyro compass, you can make it point to any direction you want, right? And it won't be affected by the metal. That's the value of it.
I could just use the gyroscope, bro. Why would I need a gyro compass for that?
For the reason I told you. It seems you don't get it, bro. It's like you're not listening. Not at all.
I'm listening. I'm listening. I might not get it, Essie, but I'm definitely listening, bro.
So I just told you that the reason
But
for
you
the
also told me
gyro.
you've never seen one in action, right? You said you read
No, I've
up
never
on it.
seen one in action.
Right,
Personally,
I've
no.
seen it. I've watched what it does, bro. So I'm gonna post a video for you to watch what it does in reality. That sounded sarcastic, but no, I am listening. I might not be agreeing, but I definitely respect you enough to listen. I think we could use a typical gyroscope for that. We wouldn't need a gyro compass. I think what separates gyro compasses from gyroscopes is the weighted little, the tiny little weight that forces it to process north.
Isn't that what I just told you, Brian?
I'm just guessing.
Isn't that what I just told you, Brian?
Oh, it
Didn't I
does
just tell you
go to
that?
north, SE
Sure.
Montreal?
Sure.
Or it doesn't
Okay, so
point
you
to north?
understand that it's made to point north.
Well, you just said it was made to point in whatever direction you want.
Exactly. You can make a point east. You can make a point south. You can make a point southeast.
Yeah, I agree,
Well,
bro.
no, hang on, Brian. Just what I was getting at is that the only direction that we can know for sure using a compass or a gyro compass is north.
Negative. That's only true for the compass, not the gyro compass.
How do you know that your gyro compass is pointing due east?
This is how it works. Wherever you start the gyro compass, you start the wheel spinning. Wherever that wheel starts spinning, you can make it stay there. I'll show you. I'll show you the mechanism. I'll post a video.
Yeah, that's what a gyroscope does. But
dude, how have you not seen the Rob Durham videos, bro? The whole thing on this.
I'll be back.
All right, guys. When I post the video, you're gonna. Okay? Just hold on. I'm not gonna say anything else. But when you find this out, you will be surprised.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I'm trying to understand better.
From what he's saying, I hope he's right, and he usually is. I'll give him that. But because what he's saying, it works way better in any arguments that I've ever been in. But I didn't know that. It's new information to me. I will check it out.
For what purpose? To try and find some way to justify the contradiction.
Hey, do you think that east is a straight line?
East-west is a straight line, yes. Perpendicular to north-south.
You're not under the guillotine, Essie. I mean, I would like an honest answer. Like, you're not going to hold you to it, but what's in your mind? Do you think east and west is a straight line, or
is that
around
not working?
Polaris? I mean, a straight line across Polaris, or what? I mean,
did you not hear me then, Brian? Or were you not asking me?
No, I was asking Essie.
Okay.
You've made it clear, your thought.
Yes, straight line. Now check out the Brian. Check out what I just posted. I believe that's the one.
Answer one question. I will anyway. I'm just joking, but don't you picture like east and west as circles around Polaris? Like if you're thinking of the whole entire world, don't you think if you go east and follow the compass, or either follow like a constant elevation angle to Polaris, don't you feel like you'll do a circle?
That's three different questions. That's three different questions.
What do you think east and west are in your reality?
East and west, the grids are perpendicular. East west, perpendicular.
Sweet. Very good. So Polaris just follows us.
Polaris?
On fucking Pac-Manners, dude. That's cool, dude. That's not a bad map. I mean, there's some explaining to do with it, but I mean, it explains like shadows way better. I'll give you that. It explains the sun, like I said, the sun angles. It explains the some of the distance.
Did you just say sun angles?
The sun angles. Yeah,
what the fuck's a sun angle?
The shadows, bro.
Like what shadows?
You've been in this all this time.
I've seen loads of shadows. What the fuck are you talking about shadows for?
You've been in this all this time.
Angles.
You've never verified the
hang on. You just called a shadow a sun angle, Brian, for fuck's sake.
Sorry.
Both of you guys, give me a second. What's a sundial?
It's a fucking shadow, but be careful what you say. He'll jump on you real quick.
Oh, Brian, I've just fucking had enough of stupid flat earth fucking bullshit. What the fuck are you talking about shadows for and calling them sun angles? What's the purpose?
Dude, you're talking about perpendicular. I'm trying to give you credit. You're sick of
I don't need credit for noticing that north, south, east and west are perpendicular. Right? Bro, I don't need credit for mentioning that vertical and horizontal are also perpendicular.
I would have thought that you would have tested the sun angles. You know, I would have thought that you tested them, bro. All I'm saying is that
tested sun angles, Brian. What the fuck are you talking about?
On the grid map of the world, the sun angles work good. I've tested them. I've literally done it. I've made videos where I've tested the sun for days at a fucking time, bro. Okay? Because I'm curious. You ain't got to tell me to fuck off just because I'm fucking curious, bro. When'd you get so emotional?
I do think we're getting a little emotional here, folks.
Okay, guys, take a break.
Dude, I'm not getting emotional. I'm just pointing out that you're talking shit and you don't even notice.
What did I say that was talking?
You're talking about sun angles. How many people can join in that conversation of you talking about fucking sun angles? What does it mean?
And you got mad, so I changed it to sun angles because you got mad at me saying testing the shadows.
No, right? You said sun angles.
Did I start off with shadows?
No, you started off with sun angles, and I came in and said, did you just fucking say sun angles? And you went, the shadows.
Okay, then I said shadows.
Yeah, you can go back and check it.
Right, maybe I'm wrong, but are you still mad after I corrected
myself? I'm not mad. Ryan, I'm not mad. Good, I'm just pointing out that we do these shows, right, to get some sort of stuff going, conversations. And you're here talking about fucking sun angles. For what purpose? Because you want to try and prove a flat earth or something. You're talking about going round Blackpool Tower. It's fucking ridiculous. There's only one purpose you would try and do that, is to make east and west into fucking circles. You know who else makes to make circles? Got it obsessed with it. Model afflicted, you might say. The monad believers, the ones that want to put a centre everywhere and then revolve everything around that centre point. Sometimes they want to make themselves the centre. Everything to revolve around them. It's getting stupid. Nobody even really knows what the fuck they're doing anyway in all of this.
Yeah, but why was it so hard for you to agree? You agree with me earlier that the center, if we're using Blackpool Tower...
You can walk around in circles. Yeah, nobody's going to disagree with you. What the fuck are you talking about? I said you're not going to relate Blackpool Tower to a light in the sky, are you?
Yeah. Why are you talking to me like this, dog?
Because I said to you at the beginning, you're not going to try and relate Blackpool Tower to a light in the sky, are you, Brian?
That's why you're talking to me like this, Bev?
Well, because what are you trying to walk around Blackpool Tower for?
Why are you talking to me like
Of course
this,
you can
Bev?
go round Blackpool Tower in a circle. Everybody knows that.
Right, we agreed to that, okay?
Okay.
Just because I'm curious, okay?
Right. Now
And I
where
like to
do we
test
go?
people's claims.
Now where
I
do we
like to
go?
test people's claims, Bev. That's all. When they claim that sun angles match this and that, what did I do? I tested sun angles. I tested the shadows. You know, you ain't got to get mad at me for fucking testing people's claims, bro. I'm on your side.
Testing sun angles, though.
What the? Why are you fucking talking to me like this?
I'm curious. It sounds fucking ridiculous. Testing sun angles. Is it some sort of a scientific test? Or like Nathan Oakley says, is it mathematical but not mathematical? Like what exactly is it about sun angles?
No, something made you mad. I'm just trying to figure out
I'm not mad, Brian.
Well, I don't know why you treat me like that, dog.
I'm not treating you like anything. I'm just pointing out that if you talk shit, people normally get called out. Ask anyone in this server.
Tell me what I said that was.
You said sun angles.
Yeah, did I tested sun angles? Like I've tested them literally in my videos.
How do you test them?
A lot of time testing with sticks and shadows. They made claims about Eratosthenes, all this shit. I want to test their claims, bro. What's wrong with that? I mean, you ain't got to jump down my throat. I don't treat you like that ever.
Hang on, Brian. Hang on, Brian. So he means that you're calling them sun angles instead of angles of shadows produced by the sun. Would that be a better way of stating it?
No, I mean, what? For what purpose?
Well, yeah, okay, I get you, Bev. I get you.
I don't get it.
Yeah. Okay, I understand. I just thought maybe rephrasing it, but yeah, I get where you're coming from. Like, to what end?
It's an angle. Once you realize that the trick in all of this is the angle. Once I said it to Nathan Oakley, and not for no reason, you can do fuck all with an angle. Yet people are talking about testing angles. Angles to Polaris, angles for the sun, angles of what? Moving angles? I don't know what people are doing with angles. You can do fuck all with an angle.
You compare me to Nathan Oakley, dog? What the fuck? Dude, I never claimed I'm proving anything with an angle. Why are you comparing me to Nathan Oakley, dude? What did I do to you, man?
What did I say, Nathan Oakley? What was that about, Bray?
You just said people are here claiming angles, and I've already said angles.
Why did you say Nathan Oakley?
Because you said you referenced Nathan Oakley.
You referenced Nathan Oakley.
You just said, bro, that's what upset me. Like, dude, that's even the worst thing you could have did. Like, I try to defend you and everybody else who he dogs out. I just feel like he's wrong. But I most certainly ain't trying to claim that.
I said it to Ruhif. I've said it to Fight the Flat Earth. I've said it to Blue Marble Science. I've said it to Wally. I've said it to Ruhif. Right?
You just compared me to Nathan Oakley directly.
By measuring angles.
No, you said that people we're trying to prove something.
You've been testing angles. You said it yourself.
Any claims that angles can prove anything? I've never made that.
What were you testing with an angle? What was an angle going to do for you? You tested it. What was the test for?
A map. Like if I'm trying to model something, okay, I've already said that I model afflicted. I've never claimed otherwise. And if I've got the sun at a certain spot, the sun angles by measuring shadows check out on some of the maps, and some of them they don't. That was my whole point. Some of them they check out perfectly. On some, not the globe, they think it does. Then they find out that circles, that straight lines aren't latitude lines. That latitude lines are literally circles around their North Pole. That was my point to begin with, to be honest.
I was pointing out as well. I don't know whether you answered that. Latitude and longitude, are they perpendicular? Either on your model or their model or anybody else's model, anybody just out there. Are latitude and longitude perpendicular? Ask yourself.
No, absolutely not. But I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
Well, so you've not really looked into it?
No, I mean, I've looked into it a little more than you. Probably, I've checked the compass to see what it said. You ain't mad at me for that.
You check the compass. Does the compass say where the latitude and longitude is perpendicular?
The compass does not have north and east as perpendicular. Once again, maybe the compass is full of shit, but the compass directions, north and east, are not perpendicular. Maybe this is new news to you. This is why I started off this stream to say, are you open to new information? Because I figured nobody's tested it, because everybody acts like they're testing shit around here, and that's why I respected you, because I've seen you out testing shit, bro. I respected that, okay? But I've also done a lot of tests, and I found out that east and north are not perpendicular according to the compass. Somehow this spiraled, and I apologize, Bev. I 100% apologize. But this could be new information to a lot of people. A few hundred people who watch this, maybe more. More than my videos get. I'm just saying, this is something to be tested and discussed. I didn't mean for it to spiral. I apologize, brother.
Right, okay. So you, Brian Leakey, is claiming to have tested north, south, east and west and found out that they are not perpendicular. Or just north and east. Just north and east. What about north and west?
I'm being honest. If I told you north and west, I'd be lying.
Because you didn't test north and east. Okay.
I only tested north and east.
But does the east-west line not cross over?
That's what I want to say. I want to say that no, none of them line up, but I'm going to pull it back and say that, to be perfectly honest, I only did the direction I was looking compared to north to see that it didn't line up. So if I'm going to be perfectly honest, which I should be, I didn't test south and west.
Okay. Now,
I've been surprised before, brother. I've been surprised before.
Okay, well, seeing as
I would imagine that it's consistent, I would imagine.
Seeing as 99% of people would say that north, south, east, and west are perpendicular.
Yeah.
Would you say that vertical and horizontal also need to be checked the same way that north, south, east, and west do? Just to make sure, because they are known to be perpendicular too. Aren't they? Or would you sort of go with the fact that they are actually perpendicular? Yeah, we've been doing this sort of stuff for ages, FPV. It's round and round and round in circles. Never goes anywhere. I'm so keen to get away from it. It's a load of bullshit. There's perpendicular and the understanding of perpendicular. That goes through north, south, east to west. It goes through vertical and horizontal. And it goes through the actual perpendicular understanding through mathematics. They're straight lines. If at any time you ever want to curve one of the lines that's perpendicular, you are going to have a contradiction on your hands. You can't get away from it.
That's why I was pissed off at the compass, Bev.
It's how you deal with it.
Bro, trust me, I was very much a part of that 99% until dude, please somebody go do this. So I don't stand alone here. It's a string line and a fucking compass. Download it on your phone. Please, somebody go do this. Just so at least makes it an interesting argument and doesn't leave me looking like the fucking village idiot. Because I swear to God on my life, that's the result you're going to get if you do it right. Or I did it wrong the times I've did it. I'm going to be perfectly honest. Maybe I keep doing it wrong. The way it told me to do it that I didn't think would work. But if somebody would do it, then I could relate. They could say, damn, he's right, you know? Fucking east ain't 90 degrees. Compass east ain't 90 degrees. Then this conversation gets interesting. I'm not saying that vertical and horizontal aren't perpendicular. I think you've done a good job proving that very thing. But
Not proving perpendicularity. We've never done perpendicular. Yeah, we just did the straight line lies within a plane.
Vertical.
No, horizontal. We did horizontal. Right. We used water levels to prove that a straight line lies within a plane. All parts of the straight line lie within a plane.
Bro, I watch y'all calling out numbers, bro, and pretty much proving it. And I often wonder why you don't show Blue and all them other guys who didn't see it. Like I don't know why you don't just show them the results like you showed with
it's not how proof works, Brian.
Level is horizontal, bro. I don't know why you hold back.
It's not how proof works, Brian. Like if anybody does want to come and go over proof and wants to work away for doing that, working out that a straight line lies within a plane, in reality, practical test, then come in and have a chat. It's there for anybody to do. But the proof is gained. The proof is gained on an individual basis.
Bev, I do concede that if I traveled east, it could be perpendicular. Like if I did a direct straight line north to south, and I traveled east, screw the compass at this stage. But if I traveled a straight line, 90 degrees, I do concede that it might be, and very well could be, perpendicular the whole way. And Polaris might follow me. Hell, the sun does it north to south. Who's to say that that Polaris and the stars can't do it east to west? You know, so I do concede that it might not be a circle, bro. But I just wanted to get across to you that I'm just trying to get across. That's not, that's just the way I view the world. And I'm just trying to explain it the best I can. I'm not trying to contradict myself because I don't think straight lines are circles. I do, at least give me this. I do acknowledge the circle that I claim. Okay. I could be wrong and I concede that fact, but I do acknowledge the circle. And don't call it a straight line. That's all I ask for. Is just that little bit, and that's why I got defensive there for a minute, Bev. But like I said, I might be wrong about the whole damn thing.
Yes, Ratchy. Well, Rachy, sorry. It is obvious, but it's Proposition 1, Book 11, Solid Geometry. So if you want to prove things in reality, you could choose Euclidean geometry, but everybody knows it's 2D. Conceptual. So book 11 is where it goes solid. Proposition 1 is to prove that a straight line lies within a plane. That's the one that we chose to do in reality. We decided to realize Euclid, as in make the Euclidean principles real by making a test in reality to do that very thing. Now, we chose water levels to do it. Now, a certain group of people don't seem to believe that a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. And therefore, people in this arena won't accept a very real Euclidean principle test done in reality.
I agree.
That's fair enough. I mean, that means that people in this arena won't accept things in reality. So, I mean, like, yes, okay, Rachy, it's obvious. But you have to know what a plane is. You have to know what a straight line is. There's a group of people. There's a group of people in this arena that don't know what a plane is. They want the plane to be a curve. They want the surface of a sphere to be 2D, even though a plane is 2D. They want straight lines to be circles. And they want you to accept whenever they say straight line, they mean circle. And whenever you say straight line, that you actually mean circle. Because that's modern mathematics. That's modern science. If you want to stick in this fucking arena, that's what you have to accept. I can't.
I agree with everything you said, but will you at least give me this? Like, we can have a circle on a plane and declare circles as radial lines. Like, in other words, we're not violating Euclid. Will you at least give me that? Like, because I hold strict to the mathematics and everything, and I understand it works only one way. But that one way does include my circles being a part of that plane, and that I could map my neighborhood from a central point in radial circles without violating Euclidean geometry. But I can't declare that they're straight.
You're talking about radial circles.
I could map my neighborhood from a central point and on a plane without violating. As long as I don't declare that any of my lines are straight going east to west. East to west would be a circle, and I know that if you're calling that a cardinal direction, yeah, then it's wrong. But if I in advance declare that I'm on a plane, I've got a central point.
Brian,
then I'm not
Brian, I'll stop you now, right? We've just gone over Euclidean principles and a test. I don't know whether you noticed this, about a straight line lying within a plane. And you automatically wanted to draw a circle on the plane.
Did Euclid draw circles?
Do you not see that as a problem?
Did Euclid draw circles?
Book 3.
On a plane?
Book 3.
Right,
There's an entire book of it, Brian. I don't know why you go there straight away after we've already been to book 11, proposition 1.
Why will you not let me agree with you? I just said that what you're saying is 100% true. As long as I'm not declaring that my circles are straight lines, I'm not violating Euclid as having a circle. You agreed earlier I could map my neighborhood from a central point or with grids.
Round and round and round again, Brian. Shout out the monad. Yes, you can draw circles. Circles, Brian, circles are Euclidean.
Right, why does it bother you to fucking tell me that? I'm not getting you to
I don't need to tell you that. It's more fucking obvious than think. We've just been to book 11. Now you're coming back to book 3 to point out that a circle lies on a plane. It's Euclidean. For fuck's sake.
You're acting annoyed that I'm fucking abiding by Euclidean rules. I don't get it. Why are you annoyed that my fucking way of mapping things abides by Euclidean? Why does that bother you? That's kind of bothering me, bro.
Brian, nothing's bothering me other than the fact that you just keep wanting to draw circles. I mean, that's fine. I know there are a lot of people. We call it a model affliction. They want to measure angles and draw circles.
I could just
go round and round in fucking circles in stupid conversations that mean nothing for fucking hours.
Grid a model. We agreed on one point that I could map this neighborhood out radially. You even corrected me with the word radial. I could do it radially.
Yeah, keep fucking saying it, Brian. Go on. Keep going.
You say you're model afflicted, bro. You're calling me model afflicted for circles.
Brian, you just stuttered on radial. You said radial 4 times on the fucking trot.
Well, you taught me that.
What?
I was calling it string lines and circles and all that, and you corrected me. Radials, yeah. You taught me a new word. I'm gonna use it.
I don't even know what it means. What does it mean?
It means it's a radius in a circle, a circular fucking equidistant, planar measurement or direction, whatever. Rule 3. Book 3. Sorry. So I could map it either way.
Do you like the flat Earth, Brian?
I like being, you know, like questioning everything. I think there's a big lack of that nowadays. So I like to take it all the way to its root, where I question not only everything, I question the shape of your whole damn world. I don't think anybody knows the shape of the world. So you're going to tell me anything else is a fact? I'm going to question it all the way at the very fucking core.
Well, I know that the UK's been extensively mapped. The land.
I'm a rebel, bro. I know you like to fit in and all that. I'm a rebel. By nature.
I like to fit in.
Yeah, everybody knows it's a globe.
Where am I fitting in?
You know, you don't want to be called anything different than what everybody else is. Me, I don't mind. I'm a rebel, bro. I'm going to question every fucking thing. I'm going to invite you to call me out. That's me. I don't want to fit in. I want to question the establishment.
Can you see the contradiction?
Yeah, because earlier I've actually contradicted myself in this very stream, but I'm making a point, though. I'm just making a point. Like, true at heart, that is my nature.
Okay, so can we get to the main point then? Is like, how do you deal with the contradiction of flat Earth?
Levels horizontal. Good enough for me.
And that gets you over the contradiction that the Earth isn't flat.
The Earth is provably not. When we lay out horizontals that we know are level, the ground plays. We can measure the ground in reference to that line, that horizontal line. There is a group of people, though, Bev, who would fight that to their very core. And so I'm good with that. I think we should have, like I said, I hold true to what I said earlier. We should have led with that. I wish I'd have met you sooner in life, Bev. I think you bring a wisdom, bro, to the game. You know?
Crazy, ain't it?
Just logic, bro. Basic.
Yeah, well, you can't have contradictions, can you? Isn't that the law of non-contradiction? That applies, surely.
That's why I'm fighting to stay. That's why I'm like kind of fighting and getting emotional. Like I'm like trying to not be a contradiction. Like I don't want my claims to be contradictions. And I'm stating my case where I don't think they are contradictions. I think it's possible either way. I think me and you could agree to certain things. And that's why I'm trying to state my case. And maybe in the end I could be wrong, but the way I'm trying to state my case is that my model and your non-model aren't so different, man. Is my point, man.
Okay, well, here's the one that I think you might have to be dealing with, the contradiction, is that if north, south, east and west are perpendicular, then none of them can be circles. So if you want one of them to be circles, then north, south, east and west cannot be perpendicular.
Bev, this is awesome. The thought that just went through my mind. If we were to go in a perfectly straight line and say, screw Polaris, screw the stars, I'm with you on all that. If we just take a 90-degree angle from whatever longitude and we travel straight.
Is it Jabberwocky?
Wait. That kills the globe and the AE map, bro. What Bev is saying, we could prove just by traveling a long straight line. Oh my God, hold on. What he's saying we'd have to go away, but as long as we maintained a straight line, we could kill the globe and the AE map and whatever map, really. Any kind of world map, we could destroy it just by traveling in a straight line. Because if he's right, and it is straight, which we can obviously travel straight horizontally, it's not very challenging at all. We should fucking do this, bro. I can't believe we had. Oh my God, you just gleamed. I just gleamed from everything we've had here today. This would not be that hard of a test at all. It'd be a long. Yeah, the tests to test the Euclidean, to test maps, right? To test maps. Like I could just
you're going to test maps.
Think about this. A week
You're
ago,
going to check. You can check with the Ordnance Survey. Make sure that their grids are actually squares. Is that how you? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, but dude, you should see their triangles and shit. It's a fucking joke if you when you narrow it down to local. It's literally comical. Okay?
No, the triangles work within the grids, Brian. They're triangles.
Yeah, they've literally got the horizontal triangles, okay, on the vertical datum that are bigger than 180, some less than 180. It's literally comical, bro. They've literally
it's a grid reference. I'm talking about the maps in the UK, Brian.
Yeah,
they're squares. It's a grid reference. Probably the same as in America.
You might be right. Are you with me on this, though? A week ago, Craig would have argued that if I...
Who? Craig?
Wait, just hear me out.
Did you say Craig?
Yeah.
Why are you bothered about criminals?
Dude, this is a good one. A week ago...
What's a good one that you're bringing up some criminal?
If you never heard me say
somebody else find something that some other criminals said last week. As if it matters to anybody.
Okay, how about this? 50% of his audience in the poll. A week ago, I can't believe I'm just now putting this together. A week ago, said that if you go in a line east, any latitude, you'd be going in a straight line. He literally he argued, blue in the face. Now he would have to admit that if we travel in a straight line along a latitude, it can't curve. It probably doesn't, now that you're mentioning it. And if it doesn't, I've just killed all the fucking model afflicted people, including myself, which I'm open for the test. All I gotta do is do a long straight line, see if it matches the GPS. If it curves like they say it does and all this, and all the books, the pilots, then whatever. But if it's straight, the globe is dead.
Brilliant. Straight line test. Definitely. Right? Check that straight lines are straight.
Yeah.
Yeah. That'd be fucking great.
Lines are straight,
Make sure that straight lines are actually straight.
Why you gotta, Bev, man? I'm gleaming a fucking moment here, and you're just bullshitting me back down to straight lines being straight, bro. That's disrespectful, dude. I'm not saying straight lines aren't straight. I'm talking about latitude lines. You know that I think they're circles. Okay.
North, south, east, and west. They're perpendicular. You're going to check that whether they are actually straight or not.
I've come up with a test that can put you in the fucking history books, like literally, like
me.
And Bev. Yeah.
No, we're just talking about your contradictions here, Brian.
Oh my God, dude, you got no respect for me, bro.
I say they're very tough questions, these sort of things. When you get to people, especially the people that do hold these contradictions.
Respect me at all. Please don't ever say that I call a straight line curved, because I'm going to tell you, in no way at all, ever, or will I ever, have I ever said on purpose that a straight line curves.
Okay, can we say then, if you were to go in an east direction, would you end up where you started?
Once again, I'm talking about latitude lines. The way I view the world, which might be wrong, is latitude circles around Polaris. I do know that, I'm pretty certain anyway.
Our latitude, east and west.
I'm pretty certain that if I follow a latitude line, I will wind up back where I started. Whether you want to teleport me or however you want to do it, maybe, or maybe it is a circle. But what I'm trying to tell you is that
when you drown.
Claim that a straight line ain't straight. That is disrespect. I've never said that. Okay. I'm talking about east and west lines. I call them circles.
Mm-hmm. But they are. You also have them as being perpendicular, do you, or do you just locally perpendicular?
I'm just going by the compass, Bev. The compass doesn't have them at 90 degrees. Okay, you've never tested it.
They are quadrants on the compass, Brian?
You might be right. You could be right. They are definitely quadrants on the compass.
So that makes them perpendicular on the compass.
I'm just saying, directional east is not the same as 90 degrees east. Okay, that's why they have different names. So I could be wrong, but don't act like you can't be wrong, bro. Please don't act like there's no chance of you being wrong. You know?
I'm not. I'm just saying they're perpendicular, and if they are perpendicular, then they must be straight.
You said 3 times this stream I've contradicted myself.
Yeah, but you say that east-west is a circle.
Well, then how am I contradicting? Have I ever said they're not?
They are perpendicular on the compass.
That's a claim.
No, they're quadrants, Brian. Do you understand? Quadrants.
Yeah, but just by showing you the compass,
quadrants are perpendicular. You dividing a circle into 4 quad.
Bev, I'm aware of that, dude. But
so all right angles are equal. That's an axiom. So they are perpendicular because all of those quadrants are right angles. They are perpendicular on the compass.
No, in geometry, not on the compass, bro. Okay, you're fine until you...
Are compasses not circles? Split up into quadrants with north, south, east and west as markers of those quadrants. And are they not perpendicular? Like, I hope everybody's listening. They're sort of with us. Or, like, is everybody confused by what Brian's saying? Or does nobody know now whether north, south, east and west are perpendicular or not? Crazy. I'm pretty sure that this compass on this night wasn't meant to be talking about perpendicular. There you go. Rachie says they are perpendicular on the compass. Thank you. We're just pointing out that in reality, there are contradictions that you do hold. You've been taught these contradictions. Most of them, this one of east and west being circles, has been taught to you from this arena and the models. Because the only reason you would ever want to put a circle to anything that is perpendicular is because somebody's dumped a model on you that tells you you have to take on that contradiction. It's madness. But people that have taken on the contradiction, or maybe it's the fact that there's no logical understanding there to see the contradiction. I don't know. Maybe some people have to have this contradiction, right? Because obviously flat Earth and globe Earth need each other. They both have this contradiction, and neither of them want to talk about each other's contradictions. That's how things go round and round in circles forever. And it's only when somebody comes along with an argument that doesn't fit this narrative that both of these two sides, the false dichotomy, when they get shown up to have contradictions that maybe normal people don't have, that's when it gets a little bit tricky. Because now they're both fighting to keep hold of the contradictions. Nobody wants to have the contradictions exposed, do they? I'm trying to map something from the lights in the sky. Yeah, Rachel, you've got to put the concept of the monad at the center. But again, that leaves extra contradictions. If you put north at the center, then you can travel north and end up going south. That sounds a little bit weird, but I mean, if you're willing to accept it, first off, you have to accept the perpendicular contradiction, and then on top of that, you can have the contradiction that north leads to south. South never leads to north. Maybe there's a point somewhere where the only direction to go is south. Maybe east and west completely disappear. There's loads of things that you have to take on that sound absolutely fantastic. Only once you've been given a model, though. People living in reality can just have north, south, east and west as perpendicular. It's the moment you put the monad somewhere. You give yourself a monad, you've got problems. There's going to be contradictions, and hey, obviously the stuff that we're talking about isn't for the model afflicted. It gets too troubling. People get angry, start shouting, hoping to be able to have conversations where we can talk some sense and get somewhere, not go backwards. But it's obvious that there are people in this arena that do have models. And those models aren't for these conversations. Like Nathan Oakley said, the arguments that we have, they're not for this arena. They don't want them. They want to imagine proof of flat Earth. They want to imagine that Nathan Oakley's got proof of flat Earth. Flatzoid's the latest one. Scientific proof or mathematical proof, or I mean, what's the difference? What is proof? Who knows? Yo,
Speaking of
welcome.
Speaking of Flatzoid, is that still happening?
Hopefully, yes. Tomorrow night, around this time, an hour earlier than this time. Tomorrow. Over on the asylum.
Nice.
Conversation about proof. I'm going to go offline in a bit, but I'm going to play for you, JC, the latest Buster song. I'll be putting it out pretty soon. Proof 1, you're in it.
Nice.
It is. It's a good one. I think it's one of the best things we've got. So if anybody wants to pop into the Discord, I'm gonna play a preview showing.
Hello guys.
Hey,
hello Bev.
Skeptical. Okay, let me.
Still live?
Yeah, we are still live. I'm gonna just sort up a song for anyone. Got any? What do Sea Level? Blues Sea Level. Yeah, come on in. Yeah, JC had a debate with Flatzoid the other day about static Earth or whatever. I don't know. One of those. The new conversation comes from Dell. Brilliant. It was fantastic. So come on in to the Discord and we will after this outro we'll go over the new song for Buster and all of that for JC because he's on it. So hey, maybe around tomorrow night, go live for a bit, hey, and we'll see you then. Yeah, come on in, Andrew, as well. That's great. Look at that. Let's go. Yes. Yeah, come and see us tomorrow night. We're going to start a conversation about proof, like we did with Nathan Oakley. Join us in Discord, and I'll see you tomorrow night. See you later, guys. Assumption number one: a vertical is a straight line.
That's
okay.
Make the same assumption. A vertical is a straight line.
Horizontal is perpendicular to it, right? Okay. Yeah. And horizontal is a plane.
In every case, horizontal is perpendicular to vertical. It's a really big ball. Okay. In every case.
And all perpendiculars to the horizontal plane will be parallel.
It's a really big ball to a horizontal plane, not to all horizontal planes. That's the problem.
No. All perpendiculars to a horizontal plane will be parallel.
It's a really big ball.
Yeah.
That would be true, but only one of those verticals is a plumb line. Okay, here we go. Bear with me for a second. I'll figure this out. Sea level is an arc. It's a really big ball. Mean sea level is an arc.
Mean sea level is a point. It's an average on a vertical. It can't be an arc.
Oh my God. Mean sea level. Oh my God. Mean sea level is established at a point, and it goes everywhere. And it goes everywhere. Then yes, horizontals would be parallel to each other, but not planar. I don't think you understand it. Parallel to each other, but not planar. Yes, you check it. How big is a cloud, Bev? Can you not imagine a sphere, a basketball? It's a really big ball. There's no hump in space, Bev. Yes, you check it. If you're at sea level, that is falling away from a horizontal. It's falling away from you in every direction. You're standing on top of a ball.
Water levels don't fall away, though. We know how water flows.
Sure they do.
No, we know how water flows.
Horizontal, sure they do. And Rockia's Bridge proof, oh my God, 90 feet. You stand in the center of that bridge, either end of it is falling away from you by 90 feet. There's no hump.
So you're standing on the hump.
Oh my God. There's no hump.
But you just said that it's falling away at either side.
There's no hump.
Of course you're on the hump.
Can you not imagine a sphere, a basketball?
With you standing at the top of the hump.
There's no hump. Any point on it. On the side of it.
You standing on the side of a ball.
I don't think you understand it. On a ball, Bev. Standing on the earth, Bev. It's a really big ball. On a ball, Bev, on the side of it. No, they'll always show it horizontally.
I know.
There's no need to show it. We know it's curved. There's no hump.
What?
It's a really big ball. There's no point in going to the trouble of drawing a curve that you can't even see, Bev. There's no hump.
It's horizontal.
It's a really big ball. Oh my God. No, it's curved, Bev.
No, there's no curve to a horizontal.
In reality, elevations are curved. Are you trying to say that you can have other lines that are perpendicular to that horizontal plane? I will say absolutely you can. Not a one of them meets the description of vertical.
Vertical is perpendicular to the horizontal.
So
no, they would meet that description.
No, Bev, not by the definition that vertical is a plumb line. Yes, you check it. I don't think you understand it. I know what you were doing, and I don't care what you were doing. I don't think you understand it. Absolutely, the two plumb lines tilt away from each other. Really big ball. Yes, you check it. Well, let's think about that, Bill. Those plumb lines are always diverging. Always. It's irrefutable.
No reason, no logic.
Yeah, that's the way you do a chart.
No worry.
If horizontals are perpendicular to
You're
verticals,
just on your own.
what do you think?
No reason, no logic, no answers to question.
I think I destroyed you, is what I think.
You're just on your own.
It's a really big ball.
There's no curvature in a horizontal blue.
Well, yeah, there it is. It shows the diverging verticals because of the measurement of the reciprocal zenith angles. It is as clear as day and it's irrefutable. That's the end of that story. Horizontals are not parallel. Verticals are not parallel. In reality, elevations are curved. Those verticals are not parallel. They cannot be. I'm not going along with it then. Nope.